The Arctic, a place of solitude and bitter cold, a darkness like no other, with only the flashlight of my gun leading the way. Snow falls gently behind me, covering my steps just as quickly as I make them, but still I roam tirelessly through the night. As the sun begins to break through the darkness, my thoughts spin as thunder breaks the silence, the endless cold, accompanied by an Arctic peace. My thoughts continue to spin through my dreaming mind as I wake up to a new wipe. My journey starts on the beach, but I knew this time around I wanted to live in the Arctic, so I made my way towards the snow. But along this path, I stopped to do some looting and some farming. If you're new to the channel, I encourage you to subscribe because I post chill content like this every week. I was playing on a server that I already had BPs for, but one thing that I'm used to is playing weekly wiped servers. But little did I know, this was a bi-weekly server, and I was playing on the second week, so other players had a whole week of advantage over me. But I wouldn't let that stop me, because giving up is not something solos should ever consider. After farming some wood, I took a moment to breathe. I laid down a campfire and I attempted to kill the cold that was covering my body. This spot felt like home, and I had enough resources to begin building. So I did just that. While farming some wood, I slowly begin to notice my neighbors lurking in the distance. So, instead of opening my doors and risking everything to a camper, I decided to spawn in the grasslands and collect as much loot as I could and bring it back home. And just as the sun was beginning to set, I started heading in the direction of my home. and once I arrived, I set down a campfire and warmed up. Now, I had a bow and a sleeping bag, and with my newly acquired bow, I headed out to hunt some animals. This polar bear was mine for the taking. With every free moment I had, I was chasing the scrap. Since I had BPs, I only needed workbenches, and that didn't seem too difficult to get. Now, I was ready to expand. Some of you that have been with me for a long time may recognize this base design, and if you do, thank you for being a true dreamer. The following day, while heading out to get some notes, my neighbor was passing by. And from the distance, we made a non-verbal agreement to be peaceful. I slowly began to upgrade, adding a loot room. I placed down 3 boxes and then emptied the 1 box that I had near my TC and brought it over. Now, it was time to honeycomb the base. Achieving this early into wipe was extremely important to me, so I made it happen. Clearing the Arctic research base was a very difficult task because it was one of the noisiest monuments in the game. I assumed as soon as the scientist shot, everyone in the area would be alerted and they'd be sneaking over. So I attempted to collect as much loot as I could and disappear. And sometimes other players would clear the monument for me, and I would simply use the recycler. But as time went on, farming wood, nodes, and collecting scrap became very difficult. There were people with guns watching on every rooftop. darkness. After dying from this terrifying kill, I respawned at a sleeping bag outside of my base, and that's when I came across this guy. Everything seemed normal. A geared guy shooting someone who just spawned on their sleeping bag. That is Rust. But then, something interesting happened. I quickly spawned inside my base and headed over to the body. This cheater had been banned, so I took his loot. Unfortunately, I lost the loot to another suspicious player, but that didn't matter because I was immediately back at grinding for scrap. This server was just like last time, highly active. There were people coming from all directions to farm nodes in my area, and all I wanted to do was get my tier 2 down. But just in case any of these people were coming to raid, I decided to upgrade my suicide bunker. And seal it off. On this particular morning, I logged on and I collected the farm I needed to bring my base to life. Shortly after, I came across this freshly rated base with a tier 2. Unfortunately, the TC was untouched, so I couldn't take it. But I had an idea. If I brought the items I needed to make a gun, I could craft one here. So I did just that. You win some, and you lose some. The cycle of rust. On my way to craft another SAR, I found another body lying in the snow. I couldn't believe it. Another player. Banned. Finally, my tier 2 was down, and now I could craft garage doors. And after doing that, I decided I was going to make my way to the lighthouse. Recycling in the Arctic base was nerve-wracking with players all around, and so I found a boat, filled it with low grade, and headed off to lighthouse. Out on the water, with no one in sight, was very, very peaceful. And so I took it in, being able to play the game with zero stress. And as I approached the lighthouse, I parked my boat and I made my way up. At the top, I could see everything. As my items recycled, I kept a close watch for anyone approaching. So far, this wipe has gone relatively well. From this point on, progression is much, much faster. But to get to where we're going, I have to show you how we start. I had a dream that we were lost in the Arctic. As the storm raged, I spoke to my horse. I won't give up on you if you won't give up on me. It's not the time to rest. We need to get home. And as she pushed her tired legs, I focused my tired eyes. Through the heavy snow and deep fog, lost in the storm, as the thunder rumbles above a sky that seemed to be angry at a solo, but a solo unprepared to surrender to his mind. Is this a dream, or is this real? I can't tell, but I can't risk the wait. The chances were slim, but somehow we made it home. But then suddenly, the dark gray skies changed into a beautiful sunset, and that's when I realized I was simply daydreaming. Now, let's continue the story. I finished recycling at Lighthouse, hopped into my boat, made my way back home. If you're new to the channel, I hope you subscribe because I post chill content like this every week. As soon as I got home, I dropped off what I had, grabbed my pistol, and headed to the Arctic research base, hoping to get some loot. But little did I know, chaos was waiting. But in the end, there's always one more. And with that loss, I respawned at base and decided to spend the night maintaining the base. And as the sun began to rise, I grabbed a SAR and I made my way underground. I decided not to go too far. I didn't want to risk it, so I headed back up. But that's when I noticed this guy. And shortly after, someone coming towards him. So I stayed out of sight and watched from the distance. And just like that, I lost what I had. But I took no time to reflect on my loss. This small victory was enough to change my mood. Eventually, I went back down again, and this time, the storm was raging, so my cover was good. was able to make it home in one piece. After putting away my loot and researching a few things, I made my way back out to the Arctic research base. Yet again, the doors were open. Surprisingly, there were no counters, so I grabbed the red card and all the loot I could and vanished into the storm. After collecting some wood, I began to set up the electric furnace system in my base. If you're a solo player and you're watching this video, try farming this way the next time you play. Just grab some night vision goggles and a jackhammer and farm as much as you can before the sun comes up. The odds of people roaming at night are much lower. Sometimes, others have the same idea, but you'll be able to see them first. I was ready to set up power in the base, but I knew that I needed a second floor, so I began building. When I'm out living in the Arctic, I enjoy a warm, cozy base, so heaters are a must. I farmed every chance I would get, and I would dump my ore in this box and let the magic happen. As a solo, you never know what's gonna happen, so setting up lockers is a good idea as soon as you can. One day, I found a boat and I brought it back to my base. I loaded up with as much loot as I could to recycle, and then I headed to the boat and took it straight to the lighthouse. $700 scrap from one run. That's not bad. I was feeling pretty good, and it was time to do a monument besides the one that was near me. So I grabbed a green card and I headed towards harbor to get a blue card of my own. With a blue card in my possession, I started making plans that were bigger, but in the meanwhile, I had metal, so I began to upgrade my bunker. On this particular day, I sealed off my bunker and I went to sleep. The next day, I found this in my ore box. Overnight, someone new moved in, so I headed over to investigate. I was starting to get worried. He was growing much faster than I thought he would. And so I decided to make a run to Outpost, mainly to trade in some stone or some wood. It was a long road, but this horse made it just a little bit easier.
Excuse me, do you happen to have 4 scrap at least? 4 scrap? I love you, thank you so much.
Gonna steal my horse's food, bro? With my horse fully fed, I was getting home much quicker. And that was when I came across this guy. I had made it home with far more loot than I thought I would have. I was ready to build a compound. I wanted to be able to move around freely in my area. Without having to look over my shoulder, I was able to use a refinery to maximize my low grade. While roaming one day, I got a little bit of revenge. I was able to get my gun back, along with a new one. Now this time, I was going under and taking it all the way to Outpost. And since I had my shop set up, sending things back home would be easy. On this particular run, I found a supply signal, and I couldn't wait to see what it had for me. With the most important items sent back to base, I gathered the rest of my things and headed home on foot.
Don't do it. I'm new. Don't do it. I'm new.
My horse, back at home, was getting hungry, so I made my way to the closest river and collected as much food as I could. It was getting dark out, so I dropped the supply signal. While I watched the smoke funnel into the sky, I couldn't help but worry. Were others coming to take what's mine? And was I ready? Time would only tell. Shortly after, I noticed that he returned. Just in case anything crazy was going to happen, I moved over some of my most important items into my suicide bunker. And then I called it a night. When I logged on the next day, everything seemed normal until I opened my garage door. I had been offline, most likely from the guy I came across yesterday. Luckily, the damage wasn't too bad, and I still had everything in my suicide bunker. The first thing I did was head to the research base and get a red card. I wasn't gonna let this raid hold me down. Luckily, with the way my base is set up, they didn't get much, and it wouldn't take much for me to get back on my feet. Now that I had a red card, I wasted no time. I was ready to do launch site, so I geared up and I headed in that direction. Along the way, I found a water catcher, so I filled up my jug. if I could complete launch site, then I could consider this wipe a success. I was determined to get it done. After a successful run of launch site, I made my way back to base, but along my route, I came across a white horse. This horse caught me off guard because it was a similar horse to the one that I had been daydreaming of at the start of this video, and so I hopped on the horse and we made our way home. Thank you so much for watching, and a special thanks to my YouTube members. If you got this far in the video, comment the phrase "white horse" down below. You've been watching an Orange Dream production. Some dreams seem more real than others, and some dreams are a glimpse of what's to come. Our journey starts here, a wipe I will never forget. The first thing I did, collect some stone and wood. I built a small base right here, just until I was ready to build the real thing. To get things going, I decided to farm the road and use the local gas station to recycle. I knew I wouldn't have the temporary base for long, but while I did, I wanted to get the best start I could. I wasn't planning on putting down a TC here, because my goal was to get enough scrap to buy a lift, and this spot wouldn't be good for a car, so my roadside farming continued. And eventually, I made a run all the way to Outpost, recycled, and bought a lift. The run home was dangerous. But luckily, I made it. Now that I had a lift, my main focus was farming stone and wood, because the sooner I had a car, the sooner I could use it to get to Outpost safely. Eventually, I was ready, so I started building. Initially, I started with a 2x2, but then I shrunk it down to a 2x1 because I knew I'd be adding a garage immediately, and I didn't want the base to get too big too quickly. At this point, my base was fairly developed, so I began to bring over items from my temp base to my main base. With my furnaces cooking, I ran over to Outpost to check out a car I had noticed when I was here earlier. The car was armored and I wanted that, so I spawned back at home, added a ramp into my garage, and then went back to Outpost with some car parts and low grade. And then I brought the car home. Just like that, I was closer to my goals, and I wasn't prepared to rest yet. I needed a solar panel to keep this car left alive, and for that, I would need some tech trash, so my roadside farming continued. Accumulating a lot of loot, and this was ideal in my case, this early, and to wipe. now that my lift was working, I destroyed the chassis and I replaced it with something much smaller and appropriate for a solo. After a few fights, I decided to take the car and recycle at Outpost. This strategy truly works. I had big goals for this wipe in order to research as much as I could, and my goals involved growing things, but we're still not that far into the story yet. Even this early, we were starting to get a lot of scrap, and this would pay off very soon. With my newly purchased SAR, I hopped in my car and I headed home. On a BPY, the main focus is scrap, but I always like to remind myself to step back and make sure to always be on top of farming, because the faster I can get my base up, the less likely I am to get raided. At this point in the wipe, I was ready to honeycomb the base and build out the second floor. finally had enough scrap and resources for a tier 2. And since I had a SAR, I went ahead and researched it. I was ready for another run to Outpost, so I gathered everything I could recycle, and in the middle of the night, I hit the road. The server pop was starting to increase, and I knew I needed to hurry. When the sunshine returned, I hopped into my car, and I disappeared from Outpost. Now that I had 556 researched, I was finally done with bows. It was time to roam with a SAR.
You're the first one killing me on the server, man. Can you pick me up, please? Thank you, man.
When I noticed that things got quiet, I grabbed my chainsaw and I went a little crazy on the trees near my base. Things were going really well, so I decided to grab my SAR and head out for some PvP. Until this happened. That night, I sat in front of the campfire and contemplated what was to come. I wanted to build an empire of hemp, and it was gonna take a lot of planning. I didn't have any fresh water near me, but I did have the ocean, and so the plan began to develop. But I was still short on scrap, so I made a trip underground. finally had enough scrap to start designing my base for growing hemp. This was the spot, so I tested out some parts that required a perfect elevation of water and land. So far, everything checked out. I was ready to start building my hemp base. Not only did this base need to be cozy, but I also wanted it to be easy to access. So I made another trip to Outpost to research the last items that I would need. If I could get this hemp farm going, I could research every single item I wanted. That is the power of growing and selling hemp. A sprout, the essence of our existence, a cycle no different than ours. In the Rust world, it sprouts, grows, flourishes, and then it gets wiped away. Light and water, the secret to the bloom. Dreamers, you and I are alike. A long week behind us, and now we can finally relax. Now, let's continue the story. I had just gotten home from Outpost with a decent amount of scrap. I was ready to do some researching. If you're new here, I encourage you to subscribe, because I post chill content like this every week. I found myself in constant PvP during my attempts to set up the hemp base, but I was used to this. PvP comes with the package. I wasn't following a particular structure while building this base, so I had to move cautiously. I didn't want to make any mistakes that I would regret later.
Be careful, man. There's a dude farming above you on this ridge, man. He's coming in. He's gonna get ya. He's gonna get ya.
During this building process, I would consistently be going back and forth from my main base to the hemp base, because the last thing I wanted was to be caught with a ton of supplies while building, so small doses was the way to go, because sometimes this happens. You might be wondering why there's a big gap left open in the base. Well, that is going to be my access, way up into the sky.
Yo! Come pick me up. Someone come pick me up. Hey, someone come revive me. I'm a noob. I don't have nothing.
I stumbled upon this situation,
Yeah, someone come revive me.
and I was able to collect some loot.
Yo, whoever's in that house, come revive me. Hey, you, come revive me.
But I didn't want to lose what I had, so I tossed it right here, so that if I died, I would at least have this. When the sun came up, I pulled out the research table and learned some items. These were necessary for my farm and also for PvP. The first piece to my access to the sky was placed. When I had the chance, I would make some tea and farm some nodes. At this point, I had a good idea of the layout of the hemp base, and I was ready to get it done. Every time I'd head back to my main base, I would segue into a quick battle, grab some more resources, and then head back to the hemp base. And on my way there, I would take a glance from the distance and slowly see progression. The hemp base was almost ready, and while taking a look at my neighbors, I got killed in the most suspicious way. Make note of this name, because we'll be seeing him again very soon. This whole setup was a little more complicated because I didn't have fresh water nearby, so I was basically taking salt water, purifying it, and feeding it to the plants.
Hello, sir. I was wondering if you can maybe help me out. I was wondering if maybe you had a little bit of something for me. I'm a naked. I just started and I got nothing. Absolutely nothing. I got 2 rocks, actually. Cloth? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Sometimes, as a solo, you feel like no one's looking out for you. Everyone around you is trying their best to destroy you. But when you take a moment and reflect, you realize the moon is watching, and she sees all of your efforts. When no one else is watching your back, the moon will always protect you. With the first seeds planted, I began to watch the small plants slowly grow, paying close attention to their genetics in hopes of finding something good. And that's when I came across this seed. It wasn't perfect, but it was the closest I would get. was growing so fast, and I watched in amazement as I slowly began taking clones from the best of the bunch.
Thank you, man. Oh, nice. Thank you very much.
I was finally at the top. I could see it all. All I needed was a platform, and this cliffside base would have the perfect access point at the very top. This was the perfect platform. Now I could take the elevator down and up, accessing the hemp and my main base with ease. I spent a lot of time taking clones because I wanted to make sure I wouldn't run out of seeds to plant. This was a necessary part of the process. While the hemp was growing, I turned my attention back to my main base, which I had neglected for a while. I was in need of some electricity, and for starters, I needed a battery, so I decided to hit the gas station and recycle a laptop for some tech trash. Back at my main base, I began to set up some power. The electric furnace was gonna be a game changer. I just needed to get it set up. As you guys know by now, I can't do much with power without a wind turbine. Once it's spinning in the sky, I can guarantee to do all things electrical in my base. Now, the electric furnaces were ready, and so I powered them on. I was planning to build out a third floor on my main base, so I headed over to the hemp base to check on them one more time because I wouldn't see them for a while. And then I began expanding. When I returned, I couldn't believe my eyes. The hemp had grown so much. They were nearly ready to be harvested, but it wasn't quite time yet. I saw a raid right in front of my eyes, but I decided to leave him alone and let him handle his business. But he still decided to fire. Revenge is sweet, especially when it happens so quickly. And as the night covered the rust land, I hung out in my hemp farm, just admiring the size of these plants. It felt good growing something with your own hands. I truly couldn't wait to see how much cloth I'd have after harvesting. One day, we wake up with what seems like the world in our hands, a main base that towers over the others, and a second base quietly working away, generating the scrap I would need for this wipe. Not many solos can live this comfortably, but as you know, not all good things last. Sometimes a tired mind with half-closed eyes makes mistakes with dire consequences, but all we can do is move forward. Now, let's continue this story. It was time to harvest, and I couldn't believe how much cloth this small little farm could generate. I wasn't quite ready to look at my results. Instead, I wanted to grab a car with a longer chassis that I could turn into a truck with extra storage in the back, and I found just the car to do that. But getting the extra storage to install in the back would require some more scrap, and that wasn't a priority at the moment, so I continued grinding. The space between my main base and my hemp base left room for the sun to set below the ocean's horizon. Every trip I took advantage of the sight to ease the stresses of this game. The hemp was growing fast, and I was starting to stack up. Soon, I would take the car along with the hemp and sell as much as I could at Outpost. I just had to find the perfect time. While my hemp was growing, I made some ore tea, grabbed a salvage pickaxe, and did some quick farming. Often, I found myself tied up in some PvP, and I may have made a few enemies. This particular run, I didn't know what was in store for me when I made it back home. This was a long wipe, and at this point, it was around 4 a.m. in the morning, and I was feeling exhausted. I was ready to call it and go to bed right after this one run. But then, this happened. I wasn't expecting it, and in my tired state, I didn't realize that this player wasn't here just to camp. He was here to raid, and now that he was in closer, he began to blow through my doors. I had given so much attention to my hemp base that I neglected my main base, so it was lacking. Because of that, I lost the base, but at this point in the wipe, it was so close to endgame that I didn't really feel much from this. Instead, I turned my attention to my hemp farm because, at the end of the day, it was all I needed. And so I spent all my time here, adding accessories to the base. And the one thing I really needed was a tier 2, so I made it happen. The easiest way was to grab my car from my old base, take all the hemp that I had, and sell it now. That way, I could get back on my feet quickly. process of selling hemp was extremely long, and oftentimes I had to compete with others to sell. So, when things were too competitive, or the shop was out, I would spawn back at home and tend to my base. Just like that, I had another tier 2. There was a structure nearby in which someone obviously started building a base but gave up on it. So I decided to take this and turn it into a garage. While working on the base and farming, I was contemplating everything that happened when suddenly I ran into this person. A bit of kindness in the chaos of rust.
Do you live here? No, wait. I don't want to hurt you. Do you live down here?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay. I came by to say hi.
Okay.
I don't really want troubles. I live in this thing over here.
Oh, this base right here?
This is mine. Yeah, I just started today, so
Okay, yeah, no
I don't
worries.
want any troubles. I kind of used your base here to come up.
Yeah, I won't mess with you.
Base.
Yeah, you
But yeah,
get your BPs.
I won't mess with you either.
Okay,
Yeah.
alrighty.
Yeah, it's pretty much for BPs.
Pretty much. Have fun.
Yeah, you too.
A bit of humanity in a game that's full of taking really goes a long way. And as I sat in my hemp base, I was feeling thankful. I lost so much, yet I still had everything. I still had my hemp, and it was still hidden. And I still had my car. I was on my way to harbor to recycle when I came across this guy. And his loot was good enough for me to turn back. I knew that he would respawn and come back to his body, so I decided to suicide in a somewhat hidden area in order to grab the rest of the items on his body. And sure enough, he came back, and he was angry. Later that night, I snuck out to my body and collected the remainder of the loot. In the end, I got all of it. I was in need of more space, so I decided to expand. I didn't have any particular ideas, but I implemented something I enjoy doing often, and that's improv building. and the end result was definitely something I was happy with. Oh, it's me. It's Orange. I didn't know it was you. My bad.
Orange?
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay.
Well, I don't think I got your name.
I was just like seeing you at the side of my eye, and I'm looking back, and I'm like,
You're good. What's your name so that I can?
"Are you that star guy that kills everybody?"
No.
Wait, give me a sec. Do it anymore.
This side's easier.
Yeah.
That's why I ended up building that elevator, because it's just way too hard to get up.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw inside. I was like, whoa.
Oh.
It was
You're Rexy. Okay, sorry about that. I might have killed you.
I am. Yeah, your neighbor. No, that's fine. I didn't have anything.
Okay.
I was also door camping that guy over there.
Which?
Oh my god, I hate that dude so much. It's not even funny.
Which guy? Which guy?
He's bullying it out of me.
The space right here?
No. It's like a 2x1 by 3x1 by not outpost. I don't know what I'm saying. Oxums.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. It's close to.
Yeah, he has a wooden door and kind of like two
this
different
one.
kinds of stone.
I see it.
skins.
I see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, let me
He
know
has
if
a
you
6 in his name or something.
let me know if you need any BPs. I have a decent amount, but just let me know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. For sure.
Alright.
Thank you.
Yep.
Not sure if you're in here, but
I'm just on the
the
floor.
guy with the gun outside.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yep, I'm in here.
Yeah, like up on the hill. He's like north.
Okay.
Just
Gotcha.
so you know.
Appreciate
I
it.
ran away. No
Wait, is somebody
problem.
getting attacked right now? What was that sound?
I killed someone in the water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay. Hey,
Hi.
here's this if you want this.
He was north hazy on the hill. I think he had a gun. Yeah, he was kind of coming after me, but I kind of
Okay.
got away.
Yeah, here's a Revi. I'll throw it right here if you want it. If you want to research that, it's up to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
No problem.
I really do.
See ya.
Thank you. Hi.
Oh, hey. What's up?
I was wondering if you need anything that I could give you since you gave me that Revi.
Oh, no,
I feel
it's
bad.
It's all good. No. Don't feel bad. I got a
You
decent
sure?
amount.
I have seeds. Maybe you need seeds?
No, I'm good. I actually got the pretty decent seed, and then I just kind of chilled out on the seeds.
Well, if you do need anything, like if I'm online,
Uh-huh.
you can ask.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
No problem. Let me know.
Alrighty.
Stop, bro! What the hell you doing? What you doing? What you doing, bro?
It was time to take another trip to Outpost to recycle a ton of items I had, sell some things along with the cloth I had collected. I had more scrap than I knew what to do with. I didn't go tier 3, I just decided to use it to research anything that I might need in the future. At this point in the wipe, I was feeling great. Sure, I lost some things, but I also gained so much more, and I was able to research everything that I wanted because of this hemp farm. So thank you so much for watching, and a special thank you to my YouTube members. This is the end of this journey, but next week is the start of a brand new one. See you then. You've been watching an Orange Dream production. If you're ready to relax and leave your stress behind, then it's time. Leave reality aside as you open your heart to the peaceful journey ahead. I had my mind set on a peaceful wipe this time around, and the desert was my favorite place to capture a peaceful vibe. So I headed deeper into the desert. Eventually, I found this island, secluded, distant, and quiet. So I swam over. When I arrived, I found one base and a ton of wild animals. I instantly knew this would be my home. After crafting a bow, I did some hunting. With a little more wood in my inventory, I began building my solo paradise. In between building, I would make runs to collect wood. To build a cozy base like this, you need a lot of wood, and I was lucky that I had a hatchet this early with BP Wipe. This wipe is not intended for those that crave chaos. This wipe is intended for those that chase peace and comfort. A wipe created to help me cope with my reality and find my inner escape. A wipe without stress to bring you closer to a quiet mind. A quiet mind and a relaxed existence. With the new nightlight update, I was able to work in the dark until my eyes grew tired and I laid down a campfire and lit up the base. I continued my work all through the night and into the day, building out the second floor to my cozy base. After laying down a TC, I took a break from building and headed over to the nearest river to collect some pumpkins and corn. I wanted to make sure that I didn't have to worry about food for a while. The closest monument to me was the dome, so I headed over to do the puzzle and get some loot. Of course, I was veering away from the primary goal, and a bullet was just what I needed to correct my path. Farming barrels like this on land is good, but what I needed this time around was the ocean. And so I farmed the ocean, far from any campers. Out here, I could move at my own pace, and all I had to do was drive my boat to the shore, and I was home. This strategy was working, so I continued to do it, and this time I took the boat straight to Lighthouse to recycle. the work I had done farming the ocean, time was flying by. So when I hopped in my boat and headed home, the sun was setting before my eyes, a beautiful orange, unfazed by the water below or the clouds above. A sun no different than you and I, a sun that has to rest. And by the time I got home, it was dark. With my newly acquired scrap, I began to research items in my Tier 1 workbench. And now that the sun was up, I was ready to do more wood farming. The trees on this island had to go. Now, I'm a sucker for rain. When it rains out, I get a fuzzy feeling inside, just knowing that I'm dry and safe from the rain, in my own little bubble, watching the world all around get drenched, gives me a feeling of relaxation. So on this rainy day, I sat in my rocking chair and I admired the sky. What a strange sky it was, but breathtaking at the same time. Eventually, it got too dark, so I retreated inside and turned on the campfire. With a role-player base like this, I'm fully aware that my loot is not safe inside, but that's not the point of this base. This base is supposed to be carefree. If I lose what I have, so be it. as long as I can remain carefree. This particular ocean run was lucky because I found a jackhammer. During any of my other wipes, this would be a game changer, but since my base was made of wood, it had little impact, but I still put it to good use. Since I had the island mostly to myself, I decided to try out the metal detector. The loot I got from it wasn't too bad. I might make use of this more in future wipes. I took some time to collect some metal and sulfur using my jackhammer. I figured, at this pace, I might as well collect what I can. Not that weapons were a priority, but if I got my hands on one, at least I would be prepared. The base needed some reconstruction, and luckily it was wood, so a jackhammer was perfect for taking down walls. This entire base was improv building, so adjustments like this were expected. Up to this point, things had gone smoothly. My TC was packed, my boxes had loot, and now I had a mixing table to help speed up things, and a chimney to ease the pressure of the night. Over these couple of days in rust, the sky mostly rained, and the gloomy clouds seemed to follow me wherever I went, as if the sky was wanting to tell me something before I logged off for the night. But still I did, and that night I slept comfortably. No stress, no pressure, no matter what happens. In the morning, and morning did come, and I woke up. I logged in, and I was greeted by this sign, a clear indication that I had been raided. But what the sign said made me smile. After checking my boxes and seeing that my most valuable items were gone, I noticed a note on my body, and this is what it said. And so I removed his lock and placed my own. I checked the second floor and took in the damage that was done there. But luckily, I didn't have too much to lose, so I was quickly able to continue from where I left off. I didn't want to remove his sign because I liked it, so I decided to break this and add a full wall. That way, I could place a stone fireplace right here. As soon as I finished there, I took off on my horse, following the shoreline until I found a boat. I needed to replenish my loot, and this boat was my key to that. If you're new to the channel, I hope you consider subscribing because I post chill content like this every week. From that single run, I was able to find a jackhammer to replace the one that was taken from me. And soon after I unloaded my loot, I hopped back into the boat and continued the grind. It was a long day out in the ocean, diving down under and looting until my heart was content. And there was no better feeling than sitting out on my porch, sinking into my sofa, warm and cozy, watching the sunset before my eyes. Even though I had been raided, I still felt completely at ease. There was more work to be done on the base, and I was excited to see how it would look when I was done. And when it was too dark to sit outside, I came in and snuggled up near the fireplace, the only source of light in my base up to this point. In order to expand in the way that I wanted, I needed more wood. So on this foggy day, I headed out looking for trees. And out here, in this corner of the map, things were so quiet that when this happened, I was completely caught off guard. But the rust gods were watching, and before I knew it, I was back on my feet. So on this particular run, I didn't have to go home empty-handed. The following day, I made my way out to Outpost with some stone and exchanged it for wood. And now I was on my way back home in hopes of using this wood to continue expanding this cozy role-player base. The first addition to the base I did was tear down this wall and add an area that would allow me to access the second floor from within the base. Now, it was time to set up some lights in the base. At some point in the wipe, I noticed that the base down below belonged to Ghostface, who just happened to be the person who raided me. So I headed down in hopes of having a little chat with my raider.
Yo, Ghostface.
Hello, what's up, man? I really don't want to fight you.
No, you're good, man. It's Orange. I think you might have raided my role player base. You left a nice little note up there, so
I did.
Yeah.
And then I I put your TC back and I locked your door again.
Honestly,
I was just coming over here to look for stone, and
okay. Oh, this isn't your base? Oh, my bad. Okay. I thought this was your base. Okay.
This is my base.
Oh, okay,
This little 2x2 is my base. Yeah. It's just like a little farm base that I built when I was like out looking for stone, and I found a bunch of stone and was like, okay, well,
nice.
I need a base.
It's weird because the doors.
So
are,
I don't know. I don't live
out.
here full time or anything. It's just like a.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got here. I just got it. Like I won't shoot you. Oh.
Okay.
Like it's just so that I can store more in there.
Okay. That's cool.
But yeah, it does give it away heavily that like, oh, I'm coming out the front door.
No.
I have no intention of fighting you. I love your base, by the way.
Thanks, man.
Sorry for like jacking your. I was like, can I get in there? And then I could, and then I was like, oh man, I feel terrible. Like this base is cool.
Yeah, I wasn't. Obviously, I'm doing like the role player thing.
If you use it already, I can make another one and kill it for you.
Oh no.
I know your base looks dope. I'm sorry. It was like 3 in the morning, and I was like, let me get in there.
You're good. Honestly, you're probably surprised because I had a pretty decent amount of sulfur. You're probably like, what is this guy doing with all this?
Yeah. You were. Yeah, it was legit, man.
Yeah,
I like it.
You can come in if you
sweet.
want. Man. It's all good. I don't mind.
Cool, man. Keep it real. Again, apologies.
Oh, no worries.
Your base is sweet.
Thanks, bro.
Looks. Your chair looking out over the water. When I went upstairs, I was like, "Oh my god, this dude's awesome! I gotta put this back and make sure his face doesn't rot."
Dude, your note made my whole day. I was like, I love this, man. Appreciate it.
Cool, yeah, of course, dude. Have fun, man.
All right, man. See you, buddy.
Those of you that have been watching my videos for quite some time will know that a role player base with my name on the TC is never complete without a pool. But this time, I didn't want the pool to be exposed. I wanted to be able to swim around and enjoy my time within the safety of my base. My base finally had power, and the lights were working. After talking to my raider, and finding out that he was way cooler than I thought he was, I was able to make some progress on the pool. But at the end of each day, I'd find myself in the same spot, sipping some warm tea, resting and admiring the setting sun.
Hey, man.
What up, dude?
What up?
I was coming to check out this island, but it looks like we got it already.
Oh, yeah. I mean, feel free, man. If you want to build around here, I'm just doing a role player thing this wipe.
Oh, nice. Looks dope.
Thanks, bro. Feel free, man.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I might come.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks. You too, man.
After building out the structure of the pool, I had to say, I loved how this looked. A unique style of base, not some cookie cutter that someone else built. No, something original, something that feels good to live in. A combination of experience and improv building. Exactly what makes this an orange dream style base. If you're out there and you're watching this and you enjoy building bases like this, I hope you'd consider trying to replicate this. And if you do, please share pictures in my Discord. On this particular night, the weather was perfect, so I sat out on my porch and fired up the grill. I decided to cook all the meat that I had. I would eat some now and save the rest for later. It felt good to be able to sit out on my porch and not worry about stray bullets ruining the whole vibe. Because right here, this is pure peace. Just like that, my indoor pool was complete. I was eager to hop in the pool, and when I did, I realized it was far too cold to enjoy at night. So I waited for the sun to rise, and as it made its way up above the horizon, I could feel the air all around me growing warmer. And when it was warm enough, I hopped into the pool and I cooled off. Nothing could beat the vibe of this wipe. Sure, there were people around me, fully geared and ready to fight, but I simply wasn't. I was here to enjoy the peace and quiet, and that's exactly what I did. Thank you so much for watching, and a special thanks to my YouTube members. I'll see you all in a brand new journey next week. Until then, you've been watching an Orange Dream production. These moments we experience together will one day become a feeling of nostalgia. In 10 years, will Rust be the same game we're playing today? Will it even exist at all? Time will tell. But for now, we gear up for a new wipe, a calm and cozy one, a wipe to help you escape the world outside of Rust. And it all starts right here on a warm and starry night. I stopped at mining outpost to loot, and then I shifted my focus to collecting wood, stone, and cloth. I knew I was building a base that would focus on comfort. Here, I encourage you to subscribe because I post chill content like this every week. And when I was ready, I began to build. Distance, I noticed some boxes and I wanted to test my luck. Maybe I would find some tools, and to my surprise, the first box I opened had a metal hatchet. And after a quick little farming session, I headed back towards my base because I couldn't leave it as twig for too much longer. While the server was still calm, I grabbed the hatchet and I headed out to farm some wood. way back home, I found a horse and I decided to bring him home. And this is when I noticed that in my area there was a clan and they were active. So I decided not to waste any more time and to quickly begin to expand. Before it got too dark, I grabbed a bow and some arrows, and I went out hunting. This base was improv building, and I wasn't sure how I was going to access the second floor, so I left this open. But after seeing my neighbors actively running around, I decided to seal this with wood for now. And as the sun began to rise, I couldn't help but take a moment to soak in the sun. Cozy wipes like this are why I love Rust. I have my mind made up. This wipe, I want no stress. I just want to relax in my base, admire the sunsets and sunrises, and listen to the ocean waves crash at the foot of my base. I'm a simple solo. I don't need too much to be happy. I took advantage of the rain and the fog, and I grabbed my hatchet, hopped on my horse, and farmed some wood. Some might love sunny days with clear skies, but me, I love rainy days. There's something truly special about feeling safe and dry inside an enclosed space while the world around is drenched, and sometimes the sky just needs to release, and as it does, we sit and we wait. I decided to feed my horse and head over to the abandoned military base to see what I could find. A decent run overall, but now it was time to continue expanding the base. Usually, with wipes like this, I tend to go to the extreme with role-player vibes, but this time, I decided to switch it up. Sure, this was a role-player base, but I was planning on making it a little bit tougher to raid, and to do that, I would need some scrap in order to research a few things, but that shouldn't be too hard, with the ocean right in my backyard. I grabbed a bunch of items and headed to the closest place I could recycle, and luckily for me, the coast was clear. At some point while I was roaming, I came across a mountainside that was full of nodes, so I came back with a metal pickaxe, and I got to work. While grabbing the last of it, I looked out into the distance, and I saw that a clan was working on getting wood very close to me. I didn't want to lose what I had, so I crouched and I watched from the distance. Eventually, I made my way back home. And in my little corner of the map, I felt relatively safe, but anytime I ventured out a little too far, danger was waiting. now that I had a mixing table, I needed to grab some berries, so I made a full effort to run through a forest and pick as many as I could. I quickly made some wood tea, and I got my chainsaw ready. I was done with the farming. I wanted to get enough wood that would last me for the rest of the wipe. If I could successfully do this, I'd be in the best shape possible, with the highest chance of succeeding, knowing that I won't need to farm wood anymore. The number of times that I've died farming wood is far more than I want to think about. My wood tea was still kicking, so I headed out for more, and that's when I noticed that the clan nearby had grown significantly. So instead of making too much noise, I decided to stay by my base and finish the layout. such a short amount of time, I was able to get so much done. The base was practically done. There was still a lot I needed to do, but the structure was there. And as soon as I was content, I followed the shore until I found a boat. I grabbed the boat and I took it back to my base. So I took some time to organize my loot. Because the last thing you want is to spend 30 minutes looking for one item that seems to be lost in the mess. One day, while I was getting ready to farm the ocean, I noticed this guy out in the water. It seemed like he had lost control of his boat. For the most part, I ignored him, and I cruised through the ocean, farming everything in sight. To my surprise, I found the boat that I had spotted earlier, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. So I did as we all would do. I checked the boat, and what I found in the storage blew me away. I was able to research a lot with the scrap that I got from this guy. But I still needed more, so I headed back out into the ocean, and this time I was diving. The first thing I made sure to do was replace my wooden bars with my newly researched metal ones. And on top of that, I threw on the wooden shutters for some privacy. One thing I'd like to see in the future is a way to lock these wooden shutters. That would be pretty huge for a lot of solos out there. So far, the wipe has gone smoothly, no issues, and I was able to get the footprint down. A unique style of bass, a role player with a sense of security. And the story continues. After doing an ocean run, I head back to base to settle down for the night. I put away the items that I collected, and then I began to add lights to the base. And as I crafted lights, I admired the view of the sunrise. I made my way to the top of the base to set down my solar panels, but there was no need to do things quickly, and so I stopped and I took a moment to gaze out into the water, watching the waves crash on top of each other. A moment of peace. To me, this is how Rust was intended to be played, and I was determined to live out my days like this. After this particular run, I dropped off my loot. And then I spawned out deep in the map to see what the server was up to. And unsurprisingly, the server was at war. And as soon as I saw that, I zapped myself back to my base in my little corner of the map, safe and sound. But the only sound I could hear was the water right outside my window. And eventually, the sun began to set, and when it did, I fixed my eyes out the window. What I would do to live every wipe like this, a dream that's far too unrealistic for a solo like me. This type of wipe is perfect for winding down, relaxing, and letting go of the stress that might be bothering me. But knowing myself, I love the grind, and it was only a matter of time before the grind made its way to me. And then one day, from the distance, I could hear a boat approaching my base. My first thought was trouble, but then everything changed as soon as words were exchanged.
Hello. Pretty cool base.
Thanks, man.
I see your solo as well. Very awesome. That's cool, dude.
Appreciate it. Hey, are you just starting out?
I've got a... Oh, nice. I've got a base up on the mountain. Like, where is it? 06 area.
Oh,
something
okay.
kind of like this, just a bit big.
Gotcha, man. Yeah, dude. I'm just doing a little role player
Just got
thing.
back from a farm run.
Oh, you did? Okay. Nice,
Heck yeah,
nice.
dude, this is awesome.
Thanks, man.
Now
Yep.
I gotta get back to my home with all this stuff.
Okay. All right, man. Good luck.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Yep.
And after our friendly encounter ended, I continued working on my base, adding lights to the outside. This was my first time using these lights, and I have to say, I really enjoyed how they looked on a pitch black night like this. And when I was done, I took a moment to rest, and that's when I shifted my attention to the paintbrush. But before I dived into a painting, I wanted to set up a few more things around the base. And while I was busy working, I heard this. A quick reminder that I may have felt safe, but the truth was, I could get raided at any moment. I decided to come see what was happening, and as I approached the base, I noticed that the loot was left where it was, and so I grabbed what I could, and I ran back to base. And after finishing the decorations around the base, I sat back, grabbed a paintbrush, and let my mind wander. Foggy days like this put a smile on my face. I enjoy being invisible in a crowd. The world all around was carrying on, and here I was, hidden away in the fog, staring out at a hazy sun. In moments like this, I find myself simply thinking. There were two things that I wanted to add to the base. One item being a pool, and for that, I would need some fresh water, and this water catcher would do the job. And so, for a while, I would just wait for the water catcher to build up, and I would dump the water out into the pool. While I waited, I worked on the second thing I wanted to add to the base: fireworks. The following day, the sun was shining bright, and so I headed out to the water catcher to finish filling up the pool. And as I made my way over, a familiar face appeared in my window.
How's it going?
I just stopped by to see how it's going.
Cool, man.
Are you AFK there?
You can come in, dude. All right.
Face
I'll
looking
let
good.
you out whenever you're good. Thanks, man.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're loaded. Huh. It's kind of cool. You got the little loot storage.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna take anything for it.
Nah, you're
I
good.
got my own stuff.
Honestly, I'm gonna be pretty
Like
much done
nail
anyways.
gun.
Yeah. I just wanted to set this up. Gonna fill up the
Nice.
pool. Oh, there's
Pretty
more water
cool.
in here actually.
I filled it up for you.
Oh, you did? Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
I had a water jug. Oh,
Appreciate that. I usually built the larger pools, you know, that really big one, but wasn't
Yeah.
feeling it this way. This one will do just for now, you know. Nice and simple.
fair enough. Did you see that mini copter that flew by over here?
No, I didn't. I was actually eating. I
there's
just stepped back over.
I heard copter.
Yeah.
Oh, I ran over here mainly because I heard a mini copter touchdown over here. I was like, what the heck is that about?
Oh.
Find it though.
Okay.
Probably underwater.
Yeah,
But
I'm
he
not.
probably crashed it like an idiot.
Probably, or they might have been checking out the base, then realized, yeah, it's probably not worth it.
I like the brick building skin. I might have to buy that.
Yeah, dude, I don't even use the normal one anymore at all. I love this one.
Yeah, the brick is kind of nice.
I like the little details too, like this little quarter wall, little edge thing right here is really nice.
Yeah, this is cool.
It's pretty clean.
You built it at like the perfect height where you can't jump into it.
You can come in through here, man.
You gotta get this boat over here.
Oh, okay, that works.
I put a boat over. Do you have lights on here too?
Yeah, put some lights right here on the outside.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice little house.
Yep.
Oh, look at this. This is awesome. Nice TC. Oh, and you got the new TC too.
Yeah, man. This is my first time using the new TC, and
Awesome.
it's I mean, honestly, like I'm just doing this because BP wipe is next week anyway, so I'm not trying to grind too hard.
Yeah, exactly. So it's chill.
Exactly. But this is my
Pretty
first time
much.
using the new skin. I'm really excited to use it next week because I'm like, dude, it's pretty nice. You can see all your upkeep and everything from a distance. It's nice. It's nice. I kind of wish you could
Not
lock
really that big
these.
an issue though. Nobody's gonna try that.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
I wonder
That'd
what
be a really nice quality of life update.
That would be really nice.
Possibly. It'd be kind of cool.
That would be very cool. Do you always play on the server, or do you play elsewhere?
Yeah, typically I play Rustified Monday or Rustified Thursday.
Okay, gotcha, man.
You normally play the server?
No, this is my first time playing this one. You wouldn't believe it, but I usually play on Restoria US main, so it's pretty.
That was fun.
Yeah. Usually play there.
The story has been a bit more active recently.
Oh yeah, it's usually like the highest pop server. At least it maintains it the longest.
Yeah, like 600.
Yeah, exactly.
True. I think this Thursday has got like 600, but
Okay,
typically it's like 400 max.
gotcha.
Most of my hours are solo, so I do kind of just like chill.
Yeah, same here, man. Actually, almost all my hours are solo. I just enjoy it, man.
Nice. How long you been playing for?
I'd say about 3 years, something like that. Around 3 years.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, what about you?
Kind of around the same.
Same? Okay, nice. You know, I started when COVID started. What was that, 2020? Yeah.
Yeah, same.
So it's pretty much
Just like
4 years.
Right,
Holy
probably
God.
January of that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Definitely.
Are you planning on doing some raids?
Oh yeah, I have 2 rows of gunpowder.
Oh God, okay. You've been stacking.
Yeah. I
Nice.
built mine a nice little farm base up on the mountain now. Just kind of chill.
Okay.
Wait for the clan with their furnace base to get offline of them.
And then attack, right?
Yes.
You know, I was looking for a mountain to build
Nah.
on, but
I do have a base over there actually.
oh, do you?
Yeah, the respawn rate of the pumpkins and the corn, it makes it worth it to just build by that river. It respawns so quickly.
Nice, dude. I tried to keep like 2 horses
Yeah,
alive,
it
and they
was
just
that quick.
literally just keep dying. 'Cause there's no food. Oh, it is going down.
Another one. This is why I moved out of the area. I used to have a base like right next to you, and then I moved.
Oh, did you really? Was the one like very, very close?
It's the one in
L-shape?
O2.
Oh, O2, okay.
It's a nice little base.
Alright.
Here, actually, I can give you some corn and some pumpkin and all that if you want it.
Okay.
Here, I'll show you where the base is.
Yeah.
There's
Still.
a big old raid going on down there. Get my combat knife out.
Dude, I was eating, waiting for that water catcher to get more water so I can fill up the pool. I come back, I'm like, what?
Yeah,
It's
it's at
30 full.
like 16 milliliters. Oh wow, pool's full.
Yep. Oh, this is it?
Oh. No wait, this isn't it. I thought this was it for a minute, but no, this is not it.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna say, because I heard
that
this
was
get
fine
raided.
for a minute. I was like, hey, hold up.
Dude, whoever raided that we just were at, they didn't take anything. I came over and I just took everything that was there. Oh.
Oh, did they
No,
really?
I think they raided this, man, because I saw them walking around up here.
They've taken my doors.
Ah.
Well, not all my doors.
Okay.
Ah, frick.
They went in?
Um,
Did they take TC?
kinda.
Oh, okay.
They repatched the base and didn't kill my buddy, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
They took all my corn.
They took the corn. Come on. The corn.
They took the corn.
That sucks.
I will get you more corn, don't worry.
Alright. It's all good, man.
There are some binoculars.
Oh, thank you. Ooh, let's take a look. Actually, let's see
all
what's
the
going on.
worms and grubs. Oh, you can go fishing now with this. Let's go see this raid. Where's this raid at? That is a weird base.
It is weird. It looks like it's not finished or something.
I think. Oh, it's that base right there. 320.
They're on the,
That's probably what got raided.
yeah. Wait, he doesn't see us.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got an MP5 Wolf Heady.
Okay.
Love binoculars. Might be one of friendly people.
Really?
That's what they raided.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're gonna shoot. I'm just gonna move out of the way.
I don't know who they are, but they're not shooting.
Oh. Oh wow, yeah, they're not. He's coming over.
We're just kind of
Hey,
watching.
guys. Is it you guys?
Hello.
Hey man.
Wait, you guys got raided,
Oh,
right?
we're just
No.
observing. No,
We're just
we've lived in
looking.
different bases.
Wait, were
Doing
you guys
great.
the ones that lived
Hello.
over there?
No,
No,
my
no.
base
Wait,
is
it's you guys, right?
right.
We just
just
got
at
raided,
the
man.
lower
Or they
down
tempt
there.
raided us. You guys heard those rockets?
Oh, they were raiding you. Oh.
Oh, that is you guys getting raided?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came to raid us and we just pooped on them immediately. They live in that base, southwest.
Oh.
South.
pretty
oh,
bad.
That thing. They're not very good at the
Yeah.
game. Cool.
Yeah, good job,
Yeah, I
guys.
thought you guys were the
Look at
raiders.
this, guys.
when I saw that.
Yo, look at these. They raid this shit. They raid our oil refinery. Like what?
No, not the oil
Aw.
refinery. Here, I gave you guys some crude oil to
They
refine.
got desperate, man.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going back inside. Alright, guys.
Yeah, right. See you, man.
Alright,
Save.
later. Would you like a mailbox? I have a mailbox.
Ooh. Hey. Where should we put it? What are you thinking?
Wonderful.
All right, that
No,
works.
the boat. The boat.
I literally
Here,
just.
you
did
want to
this.
go to the river?
Yeah, let's go. I'm down.
Yeah, you need some food. You gotta get a fridge.
The fridge is one of those role player
I got
items I
food
don't
for 'em.
understand. Like, it's just a storage box that only takes food.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Here, let's use the boat.
I don't have any fuel.
I got some low grade on.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, this is a little bit faster.
Oh yeah, way faster. I was gonna build a boat base, but you know how I built that ring around the base, that kind of spot you can walk around in.
Yeah.
It kind of screwed up. It screwed that up a little bit. I couldn't really attach anything else to it, but it is what it is. It's just a giant square. Look at this thing.
That is this very big square.
Huh.
I wonder if my base is still here.
Dude, you're right. Look at all this. Jeez.
Oh, but my base is still here, I think. Gotta show you the box.
Oh, this one. Okay. I'm gonna grab some food real quick. Let me eat some of this.
You gotta see this box.
This box? Oh my god, dude. Why?
Because food.
Because food. Wait, there's no sleeping bags in here? There's nothing. What happened?
Nope, I forgot to put the sleeping bag in here.
Okay.
I never had enough, too.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a guy running right here.
Ceasefire! We're friendly farmers, man!
Whoa.
That's what I thought, too, but I think it's just such an isolated part of the map.
Oh, dude, that car. That car.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's coming towards us. Nope, no, it's not. Oh my gosh.
He took off the guy who was shooting at him.
This thing's flying. They don't seem to care.
Yeah, they see us. They see us collecting water and getting corn. They're probably like, what?
Chilling in the water.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Dude, look at the sunset, man. I love this.
Heck yeah, dude. Yeah, this is quality rust.
Right? Look at the water. They did such a good job with that.
Yeah, I agree. I do like the water update.
Like the way it moves in the sun, dude. That's artwork right there. All right, we're about to launch these.
I turned my water quality up. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. They're nerfing the salvaged hammer. Apparently, it's too good.
The salvaged hammer? Why?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a tier 2 item, so therefore it needs to be nerfed.
I know. That's so what? Like locks on the window shutters? See, I can see the practicality of that.
Yeah, I wish we'd get stuff like that.
Right. Like legit things.
Fun. Yay. How about they fix horses first?
I know, dude. Or fix the steering on cars.
Horses
I mean, I
get
love
everywhere.
having a car, but like the steering is so bad on cars.
It is.
Look, man, I'm gonna hit
Maybe.
a few of these. You want to hit
Firework
you want to hit the right ones?
Sure.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep. Let's do it.
Whenever you hit it. I'll play it. Oh, you're gonna catch right here. That's awesome.
After watching the fireworks show, Duckside let me know that he had a ton of gunpowder that he was planning to use to raid, but after he saw the fireworks, he offered to spend it on an even bigger fireworks show.
Nail gun.
All right. You ready? Let's do it.
Alrighty.
So we headed to his base, up in the mountains.
I made some coffee. It's probably getting cold.
Get some coffee?
Yeah, I made some, and then I was like waiting for it
Nice.
to get ready in the French press, and hopefully it's not too cold. I might go grab that when we go in here real quick.
Yeah, just grab your coffee. That is, I think that's a big clan base that's being hit right now.
Really?
Yeah.
This is you right here?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this one right here.
Oh, dude, look at the view from
It
here.
ran by, I saw it was half health, and I shot it.
It was his time, man.
Yeah.
Dude, what the? Look at this. Wow. This is going to be perfect.
Oh no, my base is decaying. Here, I'm just getting some stuff from TC real quick.
Okay. Wait, so what is this, what is this base design like? Is this your idea or?
Boredom.
Okay, okay. Because this right here, this whole floor would be great for like a farm, dude.
Yeah, that's what my intention is for it. What are we gonna need for them fireworks?
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me check. So we're gonna need, dude, all the mixing tables. Oh yeah. Here, take this. I forgot to give you this.
Whoa, flame turrets. Whoa, rifle. Ooh, Explo ammo. Yay.
Yeah.
And crude oil. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's enough crude oil.
Yeah, that should be. That's like all the crude oil.
Here.
This is a wild base, man. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dude, massive. Ah, this is
And
perfect.
This perfect roof with a mini copter garage.
Oh, nice. I like it. No, but I mean, look at this is perfect for
And I can
all the
see
fireworks.
my neighbors.
Gotcha. Is that sewer branch? Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
And a nice little overlooking sewer branch too.
Wow. Okay. Oh wow, gunpowder. Holy.
Yeah.
Nice. That's a lot.
Got it.
I wonder if the server is gonna lag out. Oh. What is that? Do you see this? The corner, probably. Yeah, he's right here. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Hi there.
Hello. None of us are deer run. Oh god. Oh, they just shot a firework.
Fireworks in the daytime.
He said sorry.
Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
that's nice, dude. Now they seem decent. Sorry. Oh, I'm scared of what this is gonna say. Okay. All right.
Right, it's fireworks show time. You ready?
Let's go, man. I'm ready. So ready. I guess just stand back. Whoa. Look at that.
Oh, jeez.
Dude.
Oh my god.
It's lagging. That's massive. Wow. Oh, oh, hey. Oh. They're doing the same, dude.
Nice firework.
Alright, man. It's been fun, dude. I'm gonna hop off, I think.
Yes, sir. I think I'm probably gonna do the same.
Okay.
Later,
Okay.
gamer.
Yep, see you, bud.
And so I spawned back at my base, and I took some time for myself to enjoy the beautiful weather.
Pulou pra boca. Da primeira vez que eu te vi, menina, meu coração pulou pra boca. Corpo assim não se vê nem na revista, nem no TikTok.
Besides the random firing, things were completely peaceful.
Justiça de tanta coisa boa. Te quero dar beijo na boca. Da primeira vez que eu te vi, menina, meu coração.
What a wild ride it's been. I never thought that I would see 5K subscribers, and here we are, inching our way in that direction. Dreamers, you have no idea how thankful I am to have you all here watching. So thank you.
Corpão assim não se vê.
You've been watching an Orange Dream production. In the darkest of night, my torch lights a path to a warm and cozy home, an escape from the storm. To show how we got there, we have to start here, on the beach. I made my way through the fields of grass and the shade of the forests in search of a perfect spot to build my home. Eventually, I crossed into the snow, an unexpected place for me, but something about the cold was calling. After a quick supermarket run, I found myself deeper in the snow. Climbing the highest of mountains, I found a spot that felt right, so I began to farm wood and stone, and soon after, I started building my base. If you like chill content like this, be sure to subscribe, like, and comment down below, because I post new content every week. This wipe, I wasn't interested in building the tankiest base I could. I wanted to live out my time in something very cozy, something that truly defined the orange dream. And so far, I was off to a decent start. And after a short scrap run, I began to notice something strange. A storm was slowly brewing, and I could tell it wasn't going to be a short one, so I braced myself for the worst. My base was newly built, and others around were beginning to grow, but I chose to ignore them and try to focus on my peace. And out here in the snow, it was very peaceful. Besides the periodic rumble in the sky, the quiet was deafening. I ended up placing my TC down, knowing that later I would break it and place it elsewhere. But the only way I could do that was after I expanded, and that would take time. So, in the midst of the storm, I headed out to farm the roads nearby. I was collecting a decent amount, but the cold was killing me. In the storm, visibility was terrible, so I couldn't see too far in the distance, but I didn't let that stop me from farming. And then this happened. It was a player, so I made a run for it, and on my way back home, I stopped at the mining outpost to recycle some of the items that I collected. With my newly collected scrap, I laid down a tier 1. I was desperate for some food and clothes, so I grabbed my bow and I looked for a bear to hunt. It seemed as though my torch was the only light in the area. So I laid down a campfire to help keep me warm. But before I turned it on, I decided to get some wood because as soon as the sun came up, I was ready to expand the base slightly. On this particular wipe, I had BPs from last time, so I was eager to collect scrap for a tier 2 because that would unlock a lot, so the grind continued. Farming trees is oddly difficult in Rust. There's no other activity that leaves me purely vulnerable, so I decided to grab a pickaxe, farm some stone, and make my way to Outpost to trade that in for wood. Surprisingly, this worked.
Right now.
And as my mixing table was crafting, I stared into the campfire, the red and orange embers escaping into the air and dissolving with the cold. I had one goal for this wipe, and that was to not stress at all, to simply survive and enjoy my time. I noticed that when things were the most quiet, I'd come across something like this. Reminding me that this is still Rust, and my safety isn't guaranteed. But still, I farmed, and I recycled, keeping an eye out for any danger. And this is when I decided to do a little bit of cleanup. I had quite a bit of loot, and a majority of it I didn't need. So when the Rust world shifted to night, I followed the stars to Outpost and recycled. Not only did it clear the clutter, but it also yielded me resources that were very valuable. And on my way back home, I was surprised when I heard a car up in the mountains. So I dropped my scrap just in case anything would happen.
What up, bro? How you doing?
What's up, bro?
You out here banging, dog?
Just chilling, man.
You got a bow, homie?
I could push you out if you want. Oh shoot, there you go.
Nah, I'm not stuck, man. I'm just out here farming a little bit.
Alright, shoot, my bad. You're rolling back.
I come in peace, man.
Okay.
Come in peace.
Alright, man.
I'm just farming. You live out here or what?
Yeah, I live right up here. Right up on the hill.
I got you.
Yeah, man.
I'll try not to farm up there.
No, you're good, man. Feel free.
There's a deer, man.
Thanks, man.
What's your name, dude? I'm Uncle Baby Billy.
Oh, my name is Orange. Uncle Baby Billy. Gotcha, man.
Gotcha.
Nice to meet
I'll
you.
set you as friendly. I'm a little contact thing.
Okay. Alright, man. Take it easy.
And that run was exactly what I needed for a tier 2. And so I researched the large furnace, and then I began to expand my base. Production. A wood-burning large furnace high up in the mountains, in the snow, the perfect accessory for a cozy base. and right above the furnace was my bedroom, tucked away and out of sight, perfect for those long sleep-in winter mornings. As much as I try to avoid danger, I have to show you that it still exists, whether I like it or not. And after that specific death, I decided to craft a gun and keep it on me in case of the worst. There's something oddly beautiful about the darkness of a winter storm. The way the snow falls, gentle but urgent, immediately puts me at ease. I began to build out the loot room and TC room around the large furnace. And once those were ready, I broke my TC and I placed a new one in a much safer spot. I took some time to collect all my loot and move everything to my loot room. The wipe was just getting started, and there's a lot more coming soon, but so far, progress was smooth. The base was still bare bones, and you all already know I don't like to keep it that way, so stay tuned. Some days, a storm rages for no reason, and on those days, I keep my gun close. We continue the story with first installing lights, Now that my base was fully lit up, I needed to make some more ammo to protect my home and also to make sure trouble stayed far away.
Please, bro. All right. I'll let you take, but can I keep my bow and like some stone or something, bro? I literally, I'm just starting out. Okay. Here, I'll let you kill me. Let you kill me. Orange. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Here. Hold on. Come here. Take this.
You're good,
All right,
man.
for letting me live, bro. I appreciate you.
Don't-
Take it.
Okay.
Take it. I appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you.
No worries, man.
All right. Take it easy, bro. Thank you.
Yep. GG's.
My corner of the map was quiet, and the only sounds I could hear were animals in the distance, thunder, and the howling wind. Out here, I felt the true essence of peace, but as peaceful as it was also cold, so I began to install heaters throughout the base.
Yo, hello? Little role player?
What up, bro?
What's going on?
What's up? How you doing?
Yo. Wait, your base looks actually pretty cool.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's just
I like it.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. It's a little role player vibe, but
Pretty fire. Oh wait, I hear rockets.
Okay.
See you later, buddy.
Oh, okay. See you, man.
Soon after, I made a massive run underground, and on the other side, at Outpost, I was rich, so I took the time to help my fellow players. And when it was dark, I made the dreadful run back home. While hunting, I saw this airdrop, so I went for it, hoping no one was around. Nighttime in Rust can be a scary time for a solo, but not when you live like this. In my cozy base, all my fears vanished into the darkness, accompanied by the flames of my chimney. I stayed warm and comfortable. With more people building nearby, I decided to strengthen the base a little with some garage doors. I felt the urge to reach into the sky. To me, the base needed one more thing. A tower. Something to overlook my area. Something that would bring me closer to the sun. Some of you might find this process tedious, but to me, I don't mind taking the time to do it in the safety of my base, especially if I've got a good show on or a podcast to make the process that much more enjoyable. Because to me, the final product is worth it. I was completely content with this wipe. Everything went according to plan. Most people that I encountered were friendly, and I was able to spend my time surviving in the way that I know best, the most peaceful way possible. Wipes like this remind me that Rust doesn't have to be a sweaty game. It can be exactly what you want it to be. And don't be fooled. You don't have to be on a role-player server to experience this. You can do it just like me, with just a little bit of effort. Thank you so much for watching, and a special thanks to my YouTube members. Be sure to say hi down below, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Until next time, stay chill, dreamers. You've been watching an Orange Dream production. I don't usually start my videos this way, but I had to show you guys the before and the after. I logged into the server and stumbled upon this base that had just been raided, but inside, the boxes were loaded. So I sealed up the base and I took it over for the time being. There was also an area in the back with a camper van, and it had a few loadouts. And so I collected all the loot and put it in one location in the base, and I continued searching for a place that I could call my home. And eventually I came across this river, and it was definitely cozy, but there were already massive bases around it and a fence that nearly cut right through. And so I sat there gazing out into the sunset, and that's when I decided to abandon everything that I had at that point and simply switch servers. So here we are on a brand new server without a single thing to our name. The strangest feeling of all was a similar sunset was setting here, and it gave me a sense of hope. Maybe, just maybe, on a server that's usually crowded with no team player limits, maybe I might have a chance at building something cozy to spend my time in. And as the sun disappeared into the horizon, I began to make my voyage across the land in search of that perfect spot. The spawn area and the area near Outpost were extremely crowded, people farming around every single corner. So I kept my head down and I stayed to the shadows, simply marching my way as far as I could. I loved the vibe of the desert on the previous server, so I headed in that direction. This map was huge, and the further I got away from Outpost, the more open the land was, and that was exactly what I wanted. The palm trees felt like paradise, and I really considered living here. But in the distance, I could see clans making claim to the area. And a spot like this is an ideal farming ground. It was only a matter of time before all these trees were gone. So I kept going, looking for a place tucked away where I could build a cozy base and not be too worried about an overnight raid. and that's when I came across this mountainous region. At this point, there was no one out here. And I really liked the idea of building a base high up off the ground, tucked away on a cliffside. And this was the perfect spot, so I started building. But it seemed as though, no matter where I went, trouble had a way of finding me, so I stayed quiet for a while. And after collecting some wood, I got right back to building. The more wood I collected, the quicker I upgraded, and at this point, I was ready for the second floor. I had built somewhat of a rock base, and where I was situated, the views were perfect. And as much as I tried to avoid stress, sometimes it still found its way in. But I didn't let that hold me back. I continued farming with a goal in mind. Then one day, I found this base. It was a fellow solo player, and so I greeted him and went on my way. But later that day, I came back across the base to see the progress that he had made. Clearly, this was a new player, and I felt bad for him. Out of curiosity, I took a look around the base, and it seemed cool. I didn't loot his body because maybe he was coming back. I just simply shut the door and left. I needed to shift my attention because it was time to start decorating the base, and I didn't want to have to stress running through land, constantly getting mowed down while farming barrels or doing monuments. This time, I wanted to hit the water, the chillest, most relaxing way to collect scrap. Usually out there, I don't encounter many people, but every wipe is different. I was slowly collecting loot. Every time the sun would rise, I'd grab my boat and I'd farm the ocean. Each time, bringing home loot and scrap. Now, collecting loot in a base like this can be very challenging, and that's why I like to build another floor, an area with no windows, fairly hidden, a place where I can keep my important things. So far, the wipe was going smoothly. I had a few encounters, but nothing major. I was able to get a tier 1 down, with a significant amount of loot and scrap. My base was mostly put together, and although it was not cozy yet, I had ideas in mind to make it cozy, and it was only a matter of time before I had the resources to do that. But I knew one thing for sure: the views from my cliffside were stunning. And when night fell and everything went dark, I crafted a grill and I started cooking the meat that I had. Days like this were beautiful, and so I took advantage of the fog, grabbed a hatchet, and did some farming. With my storage set up in the loft area, I began to move my loot up there, a place that felt safer, out of sight and out of mind. This is why I tend to avoid situations like this, because most of the time, in moments like this, things don't tend to go my way. my base was almost done, at least from the outside. Now that I had the structure in place, I could shift my attention to decorating the inside. Those of you that have been watching for a while will recognize this base. It's not the first time I've built it, and I truly think it captures the cozy vibe. So not only have I built it before, but I'll definitely be building it again. At this point, I was gonna do something risky, and in order to get it done, I had to go at night. The journey was long, but it was worth it. A night so dark, guided by a small light. I hold on tight as I rip across the land. An engine burning fuel, kicking up dust behind. But suddenly I realize the engine I hear is the engine of my boat. But what did I just see? A glimpse of what's to come. I slowly approach the terminal in hopes of recycling, but the closer I get, the more I realize that I'm not alone. For the type of wipe that I'm playing this time around, this was a massive win, and so I recycled as much as I could before trouble returned. And then quickly, I escaped. Back out on the water, a place I feel much safer in, away from the land, away from the grubs, away from the toxicity, back out into the peace that I know. Finally, I was home. I took advantage of the night and got a little bit of work done around the base. Some routine upkeep, if you will. I decided to let my boat rest on the shore, and instead I would take my metal detector and see what type of loot I could get using this method. wasn't great, and so I found myself right back on the water again. And as the sun began to set, I made my way to the fishing village to buy some diving gear. While cruising through the deep blue, I came across another solo who was doing exactly what I was doing, and I could see that he had been working hard, and so I saluted that solo and simply drove away. I was in need of some wood, so I grabbed my salvaged axe and I got to work. And before the sun disappeared completely, I added my wooden shutters to my windows. And just like that, I was back out on the water. While farming some wood, one day, I noticed something shining in the distance. It was a motorbike, something I'd be returning to shortly. While looting, it's hard to avoid conflict completely, and this time around, I didn't have the big guns, but I still made it work. I was ready to set up some power in the base. I didn't need too much because the base wasn't too big, but this setup was perfect for what I needed. I wanted a lounging area for a sofa and a chimney, but the way the base was laid out didn't give me many options to do this, so I decided to break down some walls and do some rearranging. I didn't like that the TC was so exposed, so I needed to break it and place a new one in the loft area that was just a tad bit safer. Danger was always near, but I couldn't let that hold me back, so I grabbed a pickaxe and I did some farming. My neighbor near the ocean didn't make much noise at all, but today I saw him building, so I made my way over to say hello. The peace and quiet that night brings truly puts me in a peaceful mood. Nothing can bother me when I'm living like this. The gentle crackles of the chimney, along with the warm waves of heat that reach my body. Out here in the desert, it gets cold at night, but inside my small little base, I was warm and I was cozy. I sat on my sofa and looked out into the water as a new day made its way into my life, and as I enjoyed the peaceful moments of my cliffside base, I gently hummed to myself a tune that I might use in a future song. As a solo Rust player who edits his own videos, I tend to never catch this part of the morning. In the real world, I tend to burn the midnight oil just to get these videos out to you all every week. So I hope that you take the time to subscribe, like, and comment. But it's also okay if you don't want to, because your viewing eyes are all that truly matter to me. The motorbike that I found earlier had been moved, but it wasn't too far away. I filled her up with some low grade, and I brought her home. I didn't care that I died. I just wanted to be sure that he didn't take my motorbike. Seeing that the bike was still there, I sat down on my sofa and I took a breath, looking up at the full moon. A beautiful night, gentle rain in the distance, the clouds slightly covering the moon from time to time. In a world full of turmoil and destruction, I find my peace in a game built to mimic this world of chaos. I linger in my corner of the real world in hopes of escaping the stress that many of us face every day. And here I am, in the same corner of this rust world, trying to achieve the same thing. Endless wars, endless killings, endless death. I cannot fix these issues. I can simply do my part and resist. And so I prepared myself for a massive trip. I was gonna cross the map on my motorbike, take it all the way to Outpost so that I could recycle and trade in peace. Now, I knew this wasn't going to be easy, but I also knew that if I did make it, I'd be one happy solo. So before I headed out, I prepared some things at home. The sun was beginning to set, and I didn't want to risk this already risky journey by having my headlights on, making myself an easy target. So I decided to just sit down on my sofa, take in the view, and wait for a new day. And in the meanwhile, I enjoyed the comforts of a cozy time when night fell. The only lights in my corner of the map, if you were here, you couldn't miss me. A shining light on the side of a mountain. Eventually, the sun came up, and it was a brand new day, and I was ready. Somehow, I made it without dying, and so I recycled. I noticed that the area near Outpost was extremely congested, and that's usually how it is on any server, so I didn't want to spend too much time here. I wanted to do what I needed to do, and then go back home. I wasn't going to wait for the sun to come up this time around. I didn't want to waste any more time. At the end of the day, Rust is a game of risk, and so I did just that. ride was smooth, and what a beautiful ride it was. Thank you so much for watching, and a special thanks to my YouTube members. I really appreciate you all watching, and I hope that these videos bring you a sense of peace, because if we're being honest with ourselves, that's what we all truly want. I'll see you all in the next one. Dreamers, stay chill. You've been watching an Orange Dream production. Somehow, I find myself here again, a reoccurring dream that keeps me asleep, a cycle that I cannot explain. Am I dead, and this is my heaven? Or am I alive, and the cycle is hell? If this is hell, then let me drift forever. A familiar cycle, a sweetness I can taste. The sun, the birds, the trees. If it's true, then let me drift forever. I had a goal for this fight. I wanted to build a treehouse, something cozy, high up off the ground, a base that would bring me closer to the sun. And in order to do that, I had to claim this tree. And so, I got to work, collecting wood and preparing to build. I wanted to make this treehouse out of wood, for obvious reasons. When I think of a treehouse, I think of wood. I didn't want to waste too much time, so I began building as quickly as I could. I was just getting started, and already the vibes were perfect. If you're new to the channel, hi, I'm Orange. Be sure to subscribe, because I post chill content like this every week. I didn't have an exact design in mind, so I left my roof open because I wasn't sure exactly where I would be building up. But what I did know for sure is that I was planning to build as high up as I could. I chose this spot as my access to the second floor, and then I continued to build upward. The swamplands were peaceful, at least up to this point. Many animals lurking in the area, yielding plenty of food and low grade. Every now and then, while I worked, I noticed others passing by. They could potentially be threats, but up to this point, they weren't. Now, this is still rust, and moments like this are not completely avoidable. But I didn't let that hold me back. I tried my best to remain completely focused, building my cozy treehouse. It was safe to say that I had claimed the spot, and I was planning to expand the base much more and decorate it to my taste. But in order to grow, I needed more resources. I continued the grind for scrap and resources, and from time to time, I would make a risky run to the supermarket in attempts of recycling. The less clutter, the better, and in exchange, I could bring home something valuable. But on this particular run, I had company waiting for me at my door. Make note of this name. I became very familiar with it. That night, he returned. I found it very difficult to defend this base, but I did the best I could. At this point, I decided to grab the majority of my loot and get as far away from the base as I could, storing the items in a small box temporarily. This guy didn't have a mic, but our conversations were carried out in the chat. And I have to admit, he was a likable guy, not as aggressive as he seemed. I decided to move the remainder of the loot into my airlock, the airlock that would soon become the downfall of this raider. At some point in the conversation, he said this, and I decided I wasn't gonna respond, to make it seem like I logged off, but in reality, I was planning to seal up the base, and so I did just that. The last thing I did while repairing my base was head over to my small box and bring back the loot that I stored away. I can't lie, I really considered upgrading my base to stone. I even took the time to farm that stone, but I just couldn't convince myself to do it. What kind of treehouse is made of stone? I told myself if I was gonna get raided, the raiders were gonna do it regardless, stone or wood. So to me, it was better that I stick with the cozy life that I wanted for this treehouse. And now that my base was fixed up, I shifted my attention back to collecting scrap and loot. And on my way to the supermarket to recycle, I was struck by the beauty of the sky on this rainy day. The gloom was rampant, but the sun breaking through was enough to put my heart at ease. It's moments like this that keep me coming back wipe after wipe to this game. I don't think the developers know exactly how beautiful of a game they created, and someday, if they ever see this, I hope they get the idea. To me, this is artwork, and artwork is beautiful. At this point in the wipe, I was ready to expand even more, so initially, I expanded outward with the goal of moving upward soon after. The wipe was going well. Sure, the raid attempt threw things off, but at the end, it wasn't that bad, and I was able to rebuild and continue. I was feeling really good at this point, and I was excited to see where the base was gonna go from here. All good things take time, and loot is no exception. And so I started my day like this, with a crossbow in hand and a mace over my shoulder, ready to farm the road. After dropping off my loot, I grabbed a pickaxe and I went out to my spot to see if any new nodes appeared. There was quite a bit of unfinished work on the base, so I took this time to finish up as much as I could. I was in need of a lot of wood, and I mean a lot of wood, so I grabbed some of the stone that I had just collected, along with some low grade, and I found the closest train to me. I hopped on, and I headed to Outpost to do some trading. Somehow, I made it. Barely. And while I was here, I decided to cook up some of the crude oil that I had. Not only did I need it for the ride back, but I would definitely need it more later on. The ride back was dark and dangerous, but it was a risk that I was ready to take. If I could get this wood home, I could finish out my base. Finally. And just as the sun was rising, I arrived home, safe and sound. It was time to finish up the base. And from the top of my tree and the balcony of my base, I overlooked the world outside. I had accomplished something that most couldn't, and I was hopeful that I could keep it. But I know how this game is, so I attempted to enjoy what I had as much as I could before its inevitable fate. Now that I had some more room upstairs, I decided to move my loot so that my TC and loot were in two different places. Every now and then, while farming, I would be in a position like this. And as you all know, I'm not looking for trouble. But when shots are fired, I won't stand down. While I was recycling at the supermarket, this happened.
Hey bro, can I get a start? Yo, can I get some tools? Come on, man. I'll just leave you be.
Now don't get me wrong, I'm not one to reject another solo that's in need, but asking for guns is just plain lazy, especially when I'm over here grinding. I've never been a beggar, and I'll never be a beggar, and because of that, I don't respect the beggars. Speaking of grinding, it was time to go underground. and in the peace and comfort of Outpost, I recycled. And soon after, I purchased some weapons. Recently, they made it harder for players like me to progress in the game, but there are always ways around it, and this is one. I live for moments like this, complete peace and quiet, to watch the sunset from the top of my base so high up is truly an experience.
Cool base.
And soon after, the stars show up, shining and bright, almost as if they're speaking to me, reminding me that everything is okay. Enjoy the moments that you have now, because tomorrow is never guaranteed. If you always live in the now and appreciate what you have now, you can never regret anything. And when the sun finally rose again, I continued the grind by farming some more nodes in order to keep my furnaces cooking. And I could safely say that I spent time in my base, enjoyed the wood finish of my walls, enjoyed the tree cutting through my base, all within my treehouse. Not a typical treehouse, more like a castle in a tree, high up in the sky. And this is the moment when everything changed. My castle in the sky, like the castles of a beach, crumbles under pressure. Not every castle is meant to stay standing. Some are destined to return back to the waves that brought them. And when I opened my eyes again, I was here. No sleeping bags and no base. And as I made my way in that direction, I found a horse, and so I took that horse, and I rushed to my base. had been offline rated. Again, all good things can't last forever. And so I climbed the tree around my base, and I entered from the roof. If you think this is the end of the journey, you would be mistaken. I could argue this was only the beginning. My treehouse base was raided, but all that meant to me was it was time to build something new, somewhere else. I don't believe in giving up after being raided. It simply means it's time to start new. From a treehouse to only a few berries to my name, it was time to start over. Time to change things up with a stronger base. So I got some wood in the forest, laid down a shelter, and started planning. I knew I wanted to build my base here in the forest, somewhere secluded, away from everyone else. And this spot was perfect. So I took some time and began to loot the road while discovering the area, making sure no trouble was too close. Eventually, I found this spot, an area on a hill that spawned nodes. Now, it was too exposed for me to want to build my main base here, so I decided to do some farming, and then I took over this small 1x1 and made it my farm base, a farm base that I could return to. When I had a decent amount of resources, I took them to my shelter. And then I started building. I began to move over some of my loot from my shelter to my main base, along with a few boxes that I had found. After I did some hunting, it was time to expand. Sometimes you get into a flow, and you're progressing very well, and the last thing you expect is this. It was time to build my loot room. That way I could pick up my boxes off the floor and give myself some space to move around. And then I began the process of moving my loot into my loot room. Over time, after periodically spawning out here and farming, I started collecting a lot of stone and metal, and on one particular day, I decided it was time to move it all to my main base, and this happened under 2 trips, 2 very risky trips. finally got a tier 2 down, and if you recall from the previous parts of this journey, it took us a while to get there, but luckily we had blueprints. That treehouse base served us well, but here, things were safer. Since I just farmed some extra stone, I decided to honeycomb the base and build out the second floor. With a saw in hand, I made my way over to my farming base to bring over some more loot, but it's safe to say, this time was much harder. And when night fell, I made the run. I was ready to get rid of some things I didn't need, so I crafted a backpack and I loaded up on loot. And when I was done, I headed out my doors and made a run for Outpost. an offering for his patience. But sometimes solos think alike. I spawned back at home and I started building my shop. That way, I could bring loot home safely, similar to what I did in the treehouse. I was finally safe. I took a sip of my wood tea, I grabbed my hatchet, and I collected enough wood to last me a long time. With a gun in hand, I was ready to take on the Rust world for the first time this wipe, and I wanted to start this by going underground because with a gun, the process is far easier. And as you'll see in the final part of this video, things begin to shift in my favor, and I owe that all to the fact that I never gave up. And the journey continues, a solo chasing a dream. After recycling, I activated my shop and I sent home my scrap. And then I made my way back down. I hopped on a train and I burned through the tracks all the way home. As soon as I got home, I put all my loot in boxes and began taking the steps to setting up electricity in the base so that I could power my electric furnaces and my lights. As the storm was getting worse, I made my way outside to set up the wind turbine. As the rain covered the rust world, I took a moment to appreciate this peace. Farming was really good in this area, but unsurprisingly, other players had the same idea. And then, this happened. Since the area was so hot, I decided to wait until it was dark to collect all my farm and make a run to my main base. After I did a bit of roaming and found a green card, I decided to set up a locker just in case I got raided. I was ready to get a blue card, so I headed out to the satellite dish in hopes of finding one. Now that I had a blue card, I needed to prepare to do missile silo, and for that, I would need a good amount of cloth, so I headed to the supermarket to do a little recycling. I had waited long enough to do this, but it was time to upgrade the bunker to metal. Now, I was ready, with a Tommy in hand and a blue card in my pocket. I made my way to Missile Silo.
I know I can't escape. Up here too many days. Can't tell what isn't fake. Shake me, I need to wake. From under the stars, I'm running from cold. Supposed to tell I'm far away. Maybe I'm dreaming, burn all the feelings until I'm seeing change. I cannot change it all. I gotta leave it and back it off. Too much on me that's weighing down. I just might never come back around. I found a lonely road. Through those getting cold. Hands falling down on my shoulders, but I'm not sure how much I can lose. I know I can't escape. Up here too many days. Can't tell what isn't fake. Shake me, I need to wake. From under the stars, I'm running from karma. Supposed to tell I'm far away. Maybe I'm dreaming, burn all the feelings until I'm seeing.
I could hear someone moving around down here. The player I killed on my way in was probably back, so I proceeded with caution.
You don't need to lie. You don't need to hide. You just pretend to fly all the time, but you're broken inside. Tell me, has he hurt you? Does he really get underneath your skin? Tell me, has he broken you? Haven't he your tonight? So oh yeah, so
was finally at the bottom of Missile Silo, with the red card waiting for me.
Just soak in biotape. Just soak in biotape. Just soak in biotape.
After all this time, there really was someone down here, but instead of risking it all, I just headed back home. And this brings the wipe to a close. Thank you so much for watching, and a special thanks to my YouTube members, dreamers. Stay chill.
After all this time, the name's still there. Could a place like this ever be built up again, I wonder? No, never. Too far gone. So
You've been watching an Orange Dream production. A new world formed while I was away, chasing dreams that seem to always slip through my hands. No matter where I run, the chase always leads me here, lost in an orange dream, cold against the wet sand. I awake again, but this time to a whole new world. I notice the setting sun and the gentle rain falling against my skin. It's time for us to find that perfect spot to build. And I know that it won't be easy, but when has rest ever been easy? So I cross the land in search of the perfect place to build my home. I searched in the snow and found nothing. I wandered through the desert, but no luck. I was beginning to give up on this server, but then I checked in with my community to see what they thought, and so based on that vote, I moved in that direction. Most people built at the peak and very little at the bottom. This was my first time seeing the canyon, and what a beautiful sight it was. I took a moment to take in the view. And then I began to explore the terrain, weighing my options, deciding where I'd build my base. If you're new to the channel, I encourage you to subscribe because I post chill content like this every week. Thanks. I started off by doing some farming for some wood and stone. There was a small wooden rated base at the floor of the canyon, and I considered taking it out completely, but I figured if I build near it, eventually it would decay away. And with that, I started building. I was planning to turn this room into a bunker, so I didn't lay down a TC quite yet. But then I had a change of heart. I had a plan for the final base, and the TC didn't belong here. But I decided to restructure the plan with the idea of changing the layout later on. With my area now ready for my TC, I collected a little more wood. And as it was getting dark, I laid down the final piece of my starter base. Now this wipe was a long journey, and I needed to get things going, so I crafted a pickaxe, and I headed in the direction of harbor. Every solo has to start somewhere. Sometimes, when you find an area at rust that's relatively quiet, you forget that people around you exist. And so while I was peacefully farming, this happened. Eventually, they took off in a different direction. So I decided to take the loot that I collected and head over to the supermarket to recycle. The sooner I got a tier 1 down, the better. I was already at a disadvantage this wipe, because I was coming into this a few weeks in. Most of the players on the server already had BPs, and me, I was grinding scrap for that first BP. And in the middle of all that, this happened. I went ahead and switched the direction of my door. That way, if it was open, I could close it from inside one of my other rooms. I hadn't seen so much rain and rust in a long time. The skies were pouring, and it didn't seem like it was gonna let up anytime soon. And so I watched the sun rise from beyond the edge of the canyon. Such a stunning sight. Rust never fails to amaze me with its beauty. We recently hit 6,000 subscribers on the channel, and I just want to take a moment to thank you all for that. Because without you, this wouldn't be possible. As the storm continued to rage, I continued to grind for scrap. And just before I headed home, I decided to venture out a little deeper into harbor. And this decision changed my entire life. I wasn't really expecting anything good up here. But then, I found this. I needed to get this home so that I could keep it safe until I was ready to research it. And so, I rushed home. I laid down a campfire to dry me off from the rain just before I headed out again to explore some of the newer monuments. New or old, Rat Town, here I come. I decided to make my way to the lighthouse to recycle what I had collected from Rat Town. I felt relatively safe doing this. The rain seemed to have my back, making it harder to see my enemies, but also making me harder to see. Sometimes, your peace is interrupted, and you're left to think quickly on your feet. So I decided to stop right here and drop off some of my valuable loot, but not make it too suspicious by dropping everything of value. And if I was lucky, I could come back and find it all here. It looks like he didn't find this. A small victory for a solo. With the hatchet finally researched, I was able to get some serious wood, at least enough to get me to the next stage of the wipe. The farming never stops, especially as a solo. You have to do everything yourself. So any opportunity I had, I'd grab a pickaxe and collect as many nodes as I could. I needed more furnaces, and I was running low on low grade, so I took some of my crude oil and I headed over to the refinery at Harbor. Danger seemed to be waiting every time I took a moment to catch my breath, so I decided it was time to expand. and in the middle of expanding, I remembered a poll regarding building skins, and you guys put Brutalist at the top, so I took a second to do a little shopping. Initially, I was skeptical of the skin, but it quickly grew on me. And this is why farming trees in Rust sucks. So, for the time being, I grabbed a bow instead. In order to get my loot room to the point that I want it to be at, I would need to empty out the area, so I moved all my loot into these temporary boxes. I laid down the ramps, and then moved everything back. A much needed process that, in the long run, would make my life easier. I knew this particular wall would be difficult to reach later, so I went ahead and upgraded it to sheet metal.
bro, chill out. I'm just getting a start.
You're good, man. No worries. What do you expect me to do?
Because I want to recycle. I'm recycling my road stuff.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead. You're good.
I'm literally naked.
Here, take this.
Thank you. Huh?
There you go. This.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yep. GG's, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sometimes the innocence of younger players reminds you that it's okay to be kind in a mostly toxic game. I genuinely hope that this player is able to grow and enjoy his time as a solo, because we all deserve that. As a new day arrived, I had plans of growing much faster, so I geared up for a risky trip underground. This was by far my favorite way of collecting loot and scrap quickly, and I was hoping it would pay off again. I had no idea what was in store for me down there, but I would never know if I didn't try. Somehow, I had made it. I took in a deep breath of the icy cold air, and finding myself here at Outpost felt like I had traveled such far distances. With all my newly researched BPs, I decided it was time to head back home. But along the way, hunger struck, so I had to stop at an earlier location, make my way up, grab a little bit to eat, and then make a run for it on foot, above ground. Another stormy day, a reflection of a rusty world. Eventually, I made it home. I dropped off my loot, and I prepared for the next chapter. The storm wasn't letting up. It had been raining for a long time. While roaming for loot, I decided to head home and hunker down for the night in hopes that in the morning the rain would stop. And in the distance, it looked like others were trying to get home too. Since I had a little bit of time to kill, I decided to organize my loot. The next day, the sun was shining, and I had a plan. I was gonna collect as much stone as I could, as close as I could to Outpost, trade that in for wood, and then make a risky run. I've done this many times before. It's not a guarantee, but when it does work, it's totally worth it. In order to maximize this run, I decided to spawn again and continue farming, keeping the first load safe at Outpost. And then I made the dreadful run. The one thing I don't like to do in Rust is farm trees, and now I don't have to for a while. I was ready to build my suicide bunker because I was unsure of what was to come. But in order to do that, I needed to tear down my TC. That way, I could place it in the bunker. So I needed some fire arrows. Instead of researching down to it, I decided to try to find some. While my neighbors were distracted, I began to honeycomb the base, and also at the second floor. This was my first time trying out the wallpapers, and I have to say, I'm a huge fan. I love how the darkness of this wallpaper accents the brutalist walls. It creates a beautiful contrast, which I quickly grew to love. Before sealing off my bunker, I wanted to make sure that a light was set up inside, because once it's sealed, I won't be able to do that later. After upgrading the rest of my core into sheet metal, I moved over some valuable loot into the bunker, and then I sealed it off. I was ready to do sewer branch, so I geared up and I headed in that direction. But on my way out, the wolves seemed to be guarding the exit, and they weren't backing off. Eventually, they left, and I made a run for it. Now that I had a blue card, I was ready to do airfield. It was a bit of a hike, but as the sun was rising, I felt the energy. It was time for a bit of improv building on my second floor. I didn't know exactly how I wanted the layout to be, but to me, that's the fun of building. As the sun was setting, I headed over to Harbor to recycle some items I had, in hopes of researching a few more vital things. The moon tonight was stunning. Its reflection against the water left me in awe. I may have been a little distracted from my loot, but that's okay, because moments like this are what keep me coming back to Rust over and over again. After setting up these red industrial lights, I have to say, I didn't like how dark everything was. In this particular base, it left me wanting more, so I made sure I would take care of that soon. This was much, much better. Outnumbered on a server like this, the odds of a solo surviving are low, but somehow we're still here. It was a strange feeling, being cradled between two mountains, sitting at the base of a canyon. I was feeling safe, and things were progressing well, but there was still more I needed to do. Much, much more. It was time to do the Arctic research base. while doing a run underground. I couldn't believe what I found. I have to say, in all my years of playing Rust, this has happened only a few times. To me, this was a game changer. So I decided to just head back home instead of risking it. At this point in the wipe, I was ready to expand. I was ready to build out a place for my oil refinery and my large furnace. It would take a bit of design work and patience, and I was ready to get it done. And while I was looking over my work and brainstorming, this happened. I had enough HQM to go armor, so I went ahead and passed over some into my bunker, and then I upgraded.
Stolen.
Because of all that chaos, I had completely forgotten about the loot that I dropped near the recycler, so I headed back to get it.
I can bait if you want, if you pick me up. Yeah, you're an idiot, you dickhead. Guys.
matter how peaceful things may seem, enemies are always watching. My base felt complete, and if I were any other solo, I would stop here in order to minimize my upkeep. But me, I don't care about the upkeep. I care about making the base as cozy as possible. So in the dead of the night, I planned out what I would do at sunrise. Now this was more like it. This felt more like the Orange Stream way. The rain truly never let up, so I used that cover to hopefully find some water that I could use to fill my pool. And in the process, I found this guy, completely unaware of what was going on around him. And as I was watching him, I suddenly realized I was doing the same thing. Eventually, I found this water catcher. When the rain stopped, I grabbed my water and I filled the pool. It seemed like every fight I encountered, there was always one more. When I realized he was just getting started, I let him come back and get his loot.
I'm right here. Alright, I don't have anything on me. Right here. Look, chill. I'm not gonna hurt you. Friendly, okay?
But in the distance, others were approaching, so I helped him out. it was time for me to step back a little and go for a swim. It's always important to treat yourself, to relax, to not take things so seriously. If you're not enjoying Rust, there's probably something you can change, especially if you're a solo. And on days when I called it and headed to bed, I moved over my valuable loot into my bunker. That way, I could sleep safe and sound. And on other days, I just needed a boost. So I took a sip of tea and farmed until my heart was content. I did everything in my power to make sure that my large furnace was burning as often as it could. I hadn't spent much time in the desert yet, so I decided to go do the abandoned military base, one of my favorite monuments, for some quick loot. I loved the glow that the base had from the distance. Such a warm feeling to come home to. I was ready to go down to underwater labs and test my luck there, and I was planning to use this brand new tool to take me down. And just like that, I was back on the surface, and no one will ever know I was ever down there. At last, my base was complete. Later that day, I went out roaming, and the oddest thing happened during this fight. He simply got on a train and left. After that encounter, I decided it was time to settle down and unwind for the wipe. Things had gone so well this time around. I was able to accomplish everything that I set out to, and now I had BPs for the next wipe. And as the moon and the stars hang high in the sky, I decided to dip my toes in the water and float around for a bit. I truly hope that other solos out there can experience this side of Rust just like I have in this video. I promise you, it's possible. And I just want to thank you for always supporting and always encouraging me to keep going. Thank you for being kind, and thank you for being a true dreamer. And a special thanks to my YouTube members. It may be the end of this wipe, but when a single wipe ends, a new one begins. If you got this far in the video, comment the phrase Canyon Life down below. Until next time, stay chill, dreamers. You've been watching an Orange Dream production. The long sleep never lasts forever. Somewhere along the line, you wake up again. I had no idea what was in store, but all I knew was I had to get as far away from the spawn beach as possible. So I made the long voyage across the barren land. Still early in the wipe, there weren't many bases around. And as you may know, I'm a pure solo. I love finding that perfect little corner of the map and making it mine. So I followed the train tracks, moving north. While wandering through the desert, I eventually decided to craft a stone hatchet, get some cloth, so that I could lay down a sleeping bag out here. I decided to loot boxes along the way. Now, I don't advise doing this if you don't have a base, but in my case, I was hoping to find any tools or weapons that could help me in this early stage. With my newly found hatchet, I started collecting wood because soon I was going to lay down a small 1x1 to keep my loot safe. If you haven't already, I hope you subscribe, because I post content like this every week. And if you're enjoying, hit the like button or leave a comment down below. Thanks. At this point, I needed to lay something down, so I built a little 1x1 to keep my loot safe. This is when I headed out to look for a better place to build, and I found this horse. This horse would allow me to cross a lot of land quickly, and surprisingly, I decided to go far. I don't often build in the snow, but out here, I was at the absolute furthest place from anyone. And this little island looked interesting to me. I took a moment to get warm as my horse shielded me. This whole area spawned a lot of nodes, but stone wasn't one of those. That would make things tough a little later, but as of right now, I wanted to do a little hunting while the animals were around. Now, I was ready to cross over to the island. There were no stone nodes in the area, probably because others have already taken them. So I decided to just build with wood for now. After crossing the freezing water, I took a moment to heal up. The fire was nice, but the cold, a reminder of the harsh conditions out here. But the reality is, the snow biome is the true test of a solo who's wanting to survive. The groups will grow faster out here. There's plenty of resources for them. But the real test is, can I survive out here? And only time will tell. So I pulled out my building plan and got to work. I headed back over to the mainland to do some more farming. I laid down a campfire here. I didn't know this now, but I would frequent this campfire often for a moment of peace and a moment of warmth. While I was resting from a long day of work, I noticed my feed bursting with players being banned, most likely a clan of cheaters. I felt mostly at peace. I didn't notice anything crazy, nor had I died to any players yet. But that's just not how Rust is. So I decided to take a break from my island, spawn out a bit further, craft a spear, and farm the roads. On this server, I had BPs, so I was farming for my workbenches. Moments like this felt perfect. The sun was beautiful, but every moment like this was followed by a moment like this. And so I made my way home for the night. I sat by my fire. The fire, no matter where it came from, was my ally. The fire not only kept me warm, but it also kept me company. Out here, in the desolate cold, in the snow, players don't roam if they don't have to, especially at night. So for me, when night would fall, I would huddle around the fire and plan out what I would do when the sun would rise. And when the sun was up high, I decided it was time to expand the base. So I grabbed my tools and I began. Dreamers, I just want to say thank you. You all are so amazing, and I appreciate every single one of you. Your support and your kindness means everything to me. I made this choice to be this far away from everything, so finding scrap would be difficult. But that's okay, because that's a part of this process. If it's meant to be, an idea will come along. And sure enough, an idea did. I had completely forgotten about my 1x1 base in the desert, so I planned to use it to collect as much scrap as I could and then bring it back to my main base. A risky plan, but one I was ready to do. At this point, I was loaded, so when nightfall came, I collected all of my important loot, and then I made the treacherous journey all the way to my main base. I laid down a tier 2 and began to research as much as I could. Now that I could craft guns, the game was a bit different. I sealed up the base with garage doors. And when I had a bit of time, I filled up my locker with a few loadouts. And then I took a moment to really analyze my loot, to see what was important and what I could get rid of. So I began to organize. I had a chainsaw in my possession, and I was gonna put it to good use. So I grabbed my SAR, and I headed to the largest group of trees I could see near me. My nerves were high, because you can't hear enemies when you're cutting with a chainsaw, but the reward was worth the risk. I was ready for some more serious loot, so I geared up, stopped at my campfire, and then I made my way underground, my go-to for kickstarting a wipe. I decided to head back up to the surface at military tunnels to use the recycler. I was ready to head home with my loot, but I stopped at the gas station for a quick snack. And to my surprise, I found a green card. This would come in handy very soon. After researching more items with my scrap, I began to upgrade my core to sheet metal. And then I grabbed some stone and began to honeycomb the base. At this point in the wipe, I was feeling pretty safe. It wouldn't be an extremely easy raid, and this allowed me to focus more on my progression. I need you to know that this was a long wipe, and so far, this is just the beginning. So stay tuned for part 2. With my furnaces cooking, I had enough metal to upgrade my base, so I did just that. And then I started working on the second floor. The fire was still burning, and there was a lot more of it. The only difference is that now I'm much safer. During this particular night, I was feeling warm, completely at ease, knowing that the progress I have made so far was sufficient, but there was more to be done, so I waited for morning to arrive. And when it finally did, I made my way to the second floor. Up here, I was more exposed. I didn't have windows yet, but this view was impeccable. The sun rising right out of the deep blue, a sight I need as a solo. And on my body, I had resources I was planning to recycle, and I was armed and ready to head over to military tunnels to use the recycler. I completed a run underground all the way to Outpost, and I was able to recycle and buy some items.
Eating all day, bro. Eating all day.
I spawned back home to build a shop so that I could ship my things back safely. But in this moment, I stopped to admire the beautiful snowfall. With all my valuable loot back at my base, I took the remainder of my items and traveled towards my base on foot. After researching down the tech tree, it was time to seal up my TC. And on this particular night, I sealed up my bunker and went to bed. The next day, I opened up my bunker and continued the grind. I grabbed one of the blue cards that I'd purchased from Outpost, and I made my way over to the Arctic Research Base. This run was so good that I decided to do it twice. I made some ore tea, grabbed my jackhammer, and headed to the mainland to farm some nodes. I had a plan. I was far enough into the wipe that I felt comfortable doing large oil since it was so close to me. But I was in need of a boat, and boats don't spawn in the snow. So I decided to spawn out in my 1x1 base and farm the road all the way to the fishing village. Then I'd buy a boat and bring it home. Now that I had a boat, and I spent scrap to buy it, I wanted to build a boat base to keep it safe. Unfortunately, the way the island was required me to go pretty far out to build the boat base, but that's okay. We work with what we have. And as it was getting dark, I went ahead and upgraded my suicide bunker to HQM. And in the depth of the night, I fueled a light to my head, and I began to build my entrance onto my island. Out here in the snow, it was eerily quiet. Besides the distant raids and the gunshots, it was so silent. No birds singing in my ear as the sun rose. I got some more work done, and the following night, I put the same fuel to my head and began to build a furnace base. I was done getting wet, crossing to the mainland, so I decided to build a bridge, and for that, I would need a lot of wood, so I used the wood that I had to cross in one direction, collect more wood, and then finish the bridge on my way back. After sipping some wood tea and chopping some more trees, I was ready to enclose the island, and it was gonna be a lot of work, but I was prepared to spend the time. And on this particular layout, I wanted a small nook that I could hide behind, sit down next to a campfire, and be near the water. So I kept that in the back of my head as I built. Now that I was fully enclosed, it was time to set up power in the base. That way, I could leave the beloved campfire behind. And as I looked out into the setting sun, to the left, I could see a large oil rig, and it was waiting for me. Soon enough, I'd be making my way right over to it. There's a lot of loot to be collected from oil rig, and it was something that I enjoyed accomplishing when I was successful. But the main fear that I have as a solo is being countered, not only by other solos, but groups. But this is Rust, and the reward wouldn't be worthy if it didn't have a risk involved. How many of you, regular viewers and new viewers, enjoy living out your wipes the way that I do? How many of you enjoy the peaceful life that I depict in these videos? If that's you, comment down below, because you and I are far more alike than you may think. For some reason, I had completely forgotten about my supply signal, so I went ahead and dropped it. I wondered what kind of loot it would give me. Hopefully, something good. I took a moment to rest, to relax by the fire, just before heading to oil rig. My little nook was perfect, exactly the vibe I wanted. And now, I was ready to go, so I headed over to grab my boat. I found this rated tugboat, and there was a little bit of loot inside, but it was a nice cover while I chipped away at the scientists. And just like that, I had taken oil rig, and all the loot was mine. I set up some heaters around the base. And the final touch, some wallpaper. Up to this point, I had accomplished everything I had in mind for this wipe, but the one thing that I didn't do, that I had planned for, was sit out in my nook, fire up the campfire, and admire the night sky while the waves crashed very close by. And so I did that, and as I sat there, I reflected on my wipe. What a relaxing wipe it's been. I was able to progress to this point and collect a lot of loot, and I had no issues and no problems. Everything was smooth sailing, and that's not something that's easy to say in Rust, but I can confidently say it this time. Thank you so much for watching, and a special thanks to my YouTube members. Dreamers, I appreciate you all, and your support is everything to me, so I hope I hear from you down in the comments, and maybe, if you like the video, hit the like button, but if not, that's okay too. The most important thing is that dreamers, you stay chill. You've been watching an Orange Dream production. Bullets fire in the distance as I wake up from a long sleep, a race to the top, one that I reject. I'm just a solo, taking a step in the direction of peace, a solo looking for a place to settle down and enjoy the fleeting moments of a weekly wipe. And so I take that step and keep my eyes peeled, searching for that perfect spot. And while I wandered, I stopped at Mining Outpost for some quick loot. After almost dying, I stashed away some of my loot, and then I started preparing to build and looting along the way. I'm the type of solo player that doesn't just throw down a base anywhere to get a start. I tend to take my time, wander around, accepting the reality that I could lose a lot by doing this. But I would rather lose than build in a spot that I don't love. Picking a spot that I would enjoy is far more important to me than anything else in Rust. Eventually, I found this forest, and there were a few bases around, but the location was perfect. So, I started chopping some trees and gathering stone. And then, I began to build. After doing some farming and collecting more loot, I realized that I had enough to expand, so I took my starter base to the next level. At this point, I was focused on the grind, gathering scrap and resources, and after harvesting this bear, I encountered my first player, this wipe, who used the forest to his advantage, because I didn't see this guy at all.
You got me, bro. I appreciate it, man.
But he turned out to be a kind solo, something oftentimes impossible to find in Rust. And when I come across it, I value it so much. And in this crazy world of rust, I sat in my base near my fire, simply happy that I had a base to protect what I have and to protect me. And this base design is tight. As you'll see, my upkeep will be very low. And even though the space might be a bit limited, it was plenty for me. The inside of my base was lit up with embers and fire as my campfire and my furnaces burned on. I laid down a grill and started cooking. On this particular wipe, I felt like the wolves were out to get me. Every time I left my base, I would get swarmed. Now, it's probably because the wolf AI got an update, but man, it really made this wipe harder. As a solo, I hate clutter, and it's important to clean out your boxes and make sure you hold on to only the important items. That's the best way to maximize your space. And so, I took those items to Outpost to recycle them. In order to keep my base hidden in the forest, I didn't want to cut down the trees around my base, so instead, I brought stone with me to Outpost to trade in for wood. All I can do is show you that in my world, it's not always rainbows and butterflies, but I keep chasing and chasing until eventually I find a butterfly that leads me to that rainbow. The losses outweighed the wins, and I was ready for that to change. So I grabbed a bow and a handful of arrows, and I made my way to the closest entrance to the underworld. As soon as I had my mixing table down, I made some ore tea, and when the moment felt right, I drank it. If you enjoy content like this, then I hope you subscribe. We're on the journey to 10K subscribers, and just like Rust, the journeys aren't easy, but we have to try. At this point, I was ready to build out the second floor, and I had the stone to do it. So, I got it done. And while I was in the flow of building, I went ahead and honeycombed the base, as well as build out an entrance. To me, the base felt much stronger now, but I was still in need of some real protection. So, at Outpost, I purchased a SAR. Once I researched this SAR, my entire wipe would change. I was making great progress, but in moments like this, I often take a second and step back, because as we know, good things don't last forever, and in the darkness of the night, I could see a lurking player. So, I made a run back to Outpost. Then suddenly, I heard this. I considered that Outpost run to be a win once I got my loot home. And this mining outpost run started off as a win too, until this. But I didn't let these losses stop me. After I would die, I would take a moment, go make some coffee, relax a little, and then get right back to it. This marks the turning point of the wipe. Now that I had guns and ammo in my base, it was a whole new story. I was starting to take more risks on the battlefield. And in this particular case, things would have gone my way if it wasn't for, can you guess? A reoccurring theme in this wipe. But honestly, I couldn't help but feel like this felt more like a true survival game. The wolves were beautiful, and they worked together. This may not be a big deal to most, but to me, the wolf movement update changed the game completely. I found myself at launch site because there was noise emanating from it. So I slowly made my way in after realizing what happened. I waited for the fire to cool down, but I couldn't see who had caused this. Until eventually, I saw a flashlight, and that's when he saw my flashlight too, followed by this. I could have kept waiting, but I didn't want to risk it because I knew he was coming back. No one takes a loss like that lightly, so I just took off. I wanted to set up power in the base, mostly so that I could see at night, and this would take a decent amount of resources, but mostly time, but that was okay. I got my solar panel set up and hooked into my battery. It was a simple concoction, but it worked for me. And on this particular run, coming home from Outpost, things were a bit different when I arrived. With the flick of a switch, my base felt more like a home. Solo rust is hard. I would never say otherwise, but some wipes are easier than others. Some players are more toxic than others. But the key to survival in Rust is to never let things get under your skin. You always have to push forward, no matter how hard things get. There's always a solution that can make your wipe better. And so, the grind continues as I upgrade my core to sheet metal. After getting some wood from Outpost, I tried to make my way back home as quickly as possible. But the one thing in Rust that will always drive me crazy are roof campers. And so I took a moment to take a breath. Taking losses is never easy. So I decided to make my way to this cliffside and build out a small little base that I could live out of. It wasn't anything permanent, and I wasn't planning to stay long. I just needed some time away. And here, it was far more peaceful. But eventually, I headed back home. I didn't have much to complain about. And when things around me got crazy, I just closed up shop. And while roaming, I came across a pack of wolves. So, I jumped into a tunnel and waited for them to leave. And when they did, I healed up and I quietly made my way back to the surface. When suddenly, this happened. And so I continued gathering loot and running over to Outpost to recycle. This particular wipe, I was fairly close to Outpost, and that made things a little easier. The tax on the recyclers at Outpost doesn't make recycling here very appealing, and as you can see, other players agree, but we work with what we have. And on particular nights, I would simply seal up my bunker and call it a night. And when I returned, I would have a bit more energy, something that's hard to find when you're playing long hours like I do. You have to remember, as a solo, you have to take breaks. If I didn't have to sleep, I would be playing for hours and hours non-stop. So always remember to stop and let your mind rest, because when you return, you'll be way sharper, trust me. This is the moment I realized that my neighbor had become a roof camper, so I had to be careful with my movements in our area. I had a decent amount of scrap, and I didn't want to simply lose it to the roof camper. So I decided to spawn back at home and make a shop. That way, I can bring home my loot safely. Things were smooth, but as we all know, in the blink of an eye, everything can change. So I replaced my window bars with reinforced glass windows. This immediately made me feel safer. I didn't have any intentions of going crazy with monuments this wipe, but I figured if I had a green card, I might as well do at least one green card monument. So I did, but it was not chill by any means. number of times I died this particular wipe was insane. Other deaths I didn't even show, and I continued to collect scrap because my goal was to research as much as I could, and if I simply gave up without having my essential BPs, I would consider the wipe to be a failure. But so far, it actually wasn't. I was researching things, and I was preparing myself for the next wipe. All while continuously being chased by wolves. At this point, I was ready to upgrade to a large furnace and build out my compound. I would definitely need more wood, but overall, the end result would be worth it. On my way home from a quick run, I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a supply drop right in front of me. And as I peered to my left, I could see danger was approaching, so I quickly made my way home to secure the loot. The wins and the losses on this wipe really swayed me. It opened my eyes to the fact that not all wipes will be perfect and cozy. Some wipes are simply hard. And although I would claim in my own defense that this wipe was a success overall, I would never hide the fact that it was also very difficult. And it's important that you guys see that, because my goal is to show you the full picture of Rust from a solo's perspective. And when you place yourself this close to Outpost around many other groups, you quickly realize how hard the game can be. And so, I tidied up my base and made sure it was safe. And then, I spawned out at my little wooden base on the cliffside. And here, next to the ocean waves, I felt a sense of peace. What a beautiful spot it was. And it inspired me. We need a wipe like this, a cozy, stressless wipe. And so I peered out of my window and gazed out at the ocean. And I simply listened. Thank you so much for watching, and a special thanks to my YouTube members. This journey was a test of patience, and we made it to the other side. You've been watching an Orange Dream production. Life and Rust have a lot in common. They can be incredibly hard, and they can be incredibly easy too. It just depends on how the week is going. But the point of it all is that it fluctuates, and as it flows and changes, you must adapt. And so this wipe begins, and as I usually do, I spent a decent amount of time exploring the map to find that perfect spot. And when nightfall came, I simply waited and gazed out into the moonlight. I found myself in the desert, and the desert area was feeling perfect. And as soon as the sun would rise, I'd gather more wood and prepare to build. And then, I was ready, so I began. Now, this wasn't a base design that I had ever built before, and I was mostly experimenting, trying my best to avoid square shapes, at least with a core design. And as soon as I had the TC down, I grabbed a sword and headed over to the nearest road to farm. you're new, I hope you subscribe, because I post chill content like this every week. Now that I had a pickaxe, I began to collect stone nodes. And as it was getting dark out, I grabbed some wood and some stone and expanded the base a little. Now, I was ready to honeycomb the base, and this base was tidy, so it didn't take too much resources to get it done. This was the first actual sunset that I watched this entire wipe, and staring out into the beautiful orange, it helped me relax and remember that not all wipes need to be fast-paced. Sometimes you can take it slow. I made my way over to the nearest gas station, and along the way, this happened.
I apologize. Shouldn't have done that, man. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, man.
Turns out, some Rust players do have hearts. Now that I knew I had a gas station nearby, I would periodically loot in the area and take anything extra and recycle. I was now ready to build out the second floor, and with this particular design, I would be living mostly on the second floor with a simple access to the bunker. I've noticed that some of my peers have quit, and in this game of content creation, quitting can seem easy, and by no means is this process easy. But my split of the real world and the Rust world would feel vacant without the Rust world, and without one half, I would be incomplete. I finally had enough resources for a tier 2, and since I had items already researched, I was able to upgrade fairly quickly. I was ready to build out my loot area in the bunker, but to do that, I had to make space, so I put down a temporary box and used it to move my items over while I worked. While roaming, I felt like I heard someone close by, and then I did. I headed towards the closest monument to me, the abandoned military base. I slowly made my way in because there was somebody inside. was making my way in, the wolves found me, and I had to disclose my location. Sure, it got me, but I quickly geared back up and made my way back. He was definitely looking for me. I wanted to build out an entrance along with an electrical room, so I did. I was ready to get rid of anything that would burn wood in my base, so I set up electric furnaces. there's a lot of change that's going to happen in my life, and I can see it coming soon. Change can be scary, but change is also necessary. And so I speak for myself when I say this. If you have control over the change in your life, it can be amazing. Now that I had enough metal frags, I began to upgrade the core to sheet metal. With a green card in my hand and a SAR on my back, I headed to Sewer Branch to do a little bit of looting. not sure exactly what happened here, but somehow I survived. I had intentions of doing airfield, and I mostly got through the process when suddenly I heard footsteps nearby. And with this win, I decided to just head home. And on my way back home, I came across this player, who I knocked. And after seeing his loot, I realized that he was just getting started. So, I gave him a few things. I wanted to add one more room to the base, and I would need a little bit of stone for that. The room I was going to build was somewhat of a sunroom, a place for pure relaxation. After laying down a few beds, I began to set up my lockers, just in case anything crazy happened. At this point in the wipe, I felt like I reached the end game of a chill, relaxing solo journey. Nothing too crazy. A base that was new, and it felt cozy. I liked the tight bunker, as well as the open layout of the second floor, and the final addition of the sunroom really made me feel at ease. And so, I was happy, and I was content. But this simple living made me want more. So stay tuned for next week, where we take this chill to the extreme. An extreme in an orange dream way. So thank you for watching, and a special thanks to my YouTube members. This was a short wipe. Next week will be a brand new journey. See you then. Dreamers, stay chill. You've been watching an Orange Dream production.